Okay, now I see me light up. Oh my gosh. Hi, Bella. Hi, welcome be the first one in. Yeah, I totally didn't have any scuff. Oh, okay. Anyway, today's a federal holiday. Today is President's Day. So your girl is off today. Figured since I've already did the adult thing, let's knock out a game that's been on my stream list for a bit, and I've seen a lot of it on Tumblr, so that kind of helps as well. It's called The Kid at the Back. This is a demo. Now, this demo does come with a disclosure. Why are you crackling? Because my mic did not register. Sound wasn't working on my end for a bit. Hi, Steph. Hi, Troll. But yeah, so I'm going to show you the disclosure for the game and the disclosure that comes on the site, just for full transparency. So let's do the gameplay one. So disclaimer: the kid in the back is a thriller horror visual novel. How are ya? I'm good. What about y'all? So it is a horror visual novel with romantic elements, but it's not to be treated as a regular romance novel. Minors are strictly prohibited from playing this game or engaging in any shape or form of the game. This creator does not condone or accept the illegal or horrible actions done in game by characters of any way or shape or form. This visual novel is a creative venture and pure fiction and should not be romanticized and replicated in real life. Me, good for the moment. Nice to hear you're good. Oh, thank you. So I want this to be known. This is going to be a very much a what the fuck game. So if you're a mental sanity, you're just like, I can't do this stuff. I love you. I understand. Your mental sanity is important. You know what you are capable of. This game includes explicit and dark themes such as major character death to both characters and the player, murder, sexual assault, non consent, touching, sex implied abuse, bullying, usage of firearms and weapons, guns, sharp swords, drugs, violence. So, glad you have the day off. I'm closing tonight. Hopefully, traffic won't be too bad. Hopefully. Now, um, I wanted to show y'all the actual disclosures that's on their website. I'm glad there's a disclaimer, but the fact that there is a disclaimer in the first place about romantic stuff, yeah, it. From what I've seen on Tumblr, it's bad, and I know why it's popping up on my Tumblr. Also, hi, Maddie. It's a kid, for God's sake. All right, let's do opera. I am trying to show it to y'all, and my thing is like, no, no show, which is fine. Um, yeah, nope. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Let's see how I can figure this out. Na 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 na. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so this is on the actual itch page for this, just so we can be all on the same page. There's going to be shaking in motion. Graphics of blood, gores, bleeding, and amputation and beheading is going to be high. Major character death is going to be high. Use of the weapon is going to be medium. Murder is going to be high. Sexual assault is going to be medium. Drugging is going to be high. Sonophobia is going to be low. Implied child neglect is medium. And implied child abuse is medium. Okay, cool. And before anyone comes at me, again, this was an interesting one that was on my list. I see it on my Tumblr. I was like, you know what? Let's do this. And hopefully it has audio. What's sonophobia? Oh, Um, this is one of those that I'm gonna have to tell you to Google it, because I do not think I can describe it in a way that is appropriate. I I guess the best way I can describe it is Sleeping Beauty gone wrong. Isn't that based on their? No, that's xenophobia. I want to say so. Sonophobia. Ooh, y'all are making me. Yeah. Let me double check before I. Sonophobia. So no, somophilia, not somophobia. Sorry. Yeah. I had it right. So Sleeping Beauty, but gone wrong. Oh, I've seen like something like that before. Yeah. All right. Let's load up this game. In game, thankfully. Okay, it does have music. Oh no. All right, let's do this. We're gonna do this together. Preferences. Time forward, music volume, everything's good. Okay. Oh, and there's even an emergency hotline. I like that. Okay. So the fact that there's multiple disclosures, that kind of says a lot. Wait, no, did I click? No! Fuck, I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, the art style was definitely something that was popping up on my Tumblr that I could be like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. I am going to turn down the music just a smidge. Notice this game is still in development and incomplete and may be prone to encountering some bugs and errors. This is a demo. Load, save, play, forward, log, settings. Not even 15 minutes in, and chaos has descended. Exactly. Oh, it's fine. It's just a normal stream. Because I'm gonna be talking a bit, I might as well open my drink. Oh, cool. Key cursor. I like that too. I just love that. But good eye, Maddie, for catching that. All right, another disclosure in case you didn't know. This is going to be an 18 plus game. This is going to be an 18 plus game. And you know, hold on. We have to take a moment to appreciate. By agreeing to these terms, you hereby allow yourself to indulge into the game and its contents with full understanding. You and available and able to tell the difference between fiction and reality. In case you weren't aware, it was many years ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden lived there whom you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee. Day one, beloved. I have an extension for my cursor called Custom Cursor. I made my cursor have as a dog day and the hand as Poe from Poppy Playtime. Where have I heard Poppy Playtime? I think that's one of the videos. I think that I've seen it on like a Game Theory. Maybe. But that's pretty cool that you have that, Maddie. I love the little scratch. Professor, and class is dismissed. By our next meeting, I need a full report on everyone's poem that they have chosen. I have an eye for cursors, so I noticed that even suggest people to get custom cursors. I get a lot of stuff. Nice. I will not accept one paragraph. I need 2 full pages with words. Everyone got that? The classroom broke into a series of yes, professor. While some spared no time in packing their things, eager to be dismissed and disregarding the teacher altogether. Your literature teacher packs up their own things and exits the classrooms. At the moment your literature teacher leaves, the classroom breaks into small groups and each student gathers to meet up with their respective cliques. Roses are red, violets are blue. These nuts are for you. I should clip that and send that to Lee. Yes. Some engaged in conversation, while some spared no time and exited the classroom. A yawn escapes your lips. You turn your head and observe the clouds outside. The clouds are shaded in a dark gray, and the sky, once blue, is now turning the same lighter shades of gray. The looming threat of rain made you click your tongue in irritation. Just my luck, I didn't bother to bring an umbrella too. Standing up from your seat, you're about to grab your bag when you felt a tap on your shoulder. That's a lot of words for a poem, but I think I might have this playing in the background while I write my very own adult story that I typically don't talk about due to the content it's got. If that's what you want to do, Maddie, that's what you got to do. Maybe this will be some inspiration for you. Turn around, you come face to face with the cobalt blue eyes, her blonde hair shaped like swirls, with its end dyed in blue and pinks, contemplating her entire ensemble. Oh, that music. Oh, excuse me. Even it's just a white button up that clearly looks too small for her. You see this boob gap? I have this struggle IRL when it comes to shirts, and I hate it. Oh yeah, that's loud music. It really is. We're gonna adjust that music just a smidge. I think my only complaint right now is when you go back to the preferences, you can't. Oh, there it is. There's a return. There you go. Is that a little bit better? Because, yeah, that was loud for me, too. Okay, but no, like I was saying, this boob gap, I have that IRL problem. It is not fun. I have a safety pin between that gap. I have gotten bigger shirts. There's a brand, I don't even know if they still do it, but so because of work, we still have to look professional. Yeah, that's much better. Yes. So I have this button-up shirt from this brand where, yes, I still technically have the boob gap, but because they put like another layer here on the buttons, you technically can't tell. And I win, and I love it. But I have that for the super days that I have to be like super professional, or to be like, yes, we are taking notes, we are being professional. But her nails look nice. Her hot pink jacket tied around her waist and the school's black skirt. Now, semi-lyric, no worries, make sure to take care of yourself, Maddie. Her hand, which you assumed was the same that tapped you on your shoulder, hung up in the air. She seemed unsure whether to continue or not, judging by the way her eyebrows furrowed downward while biting her glossed lower lip. Thanks for the lurk, Bella. She turns lightly, her head not fixed on you, but rather on who is behind her. You hear her whisper something under her breath before eventually composing herself and turning her focus slowly on you now. Hey, you're going to lunch with us, right? I mean, you should. I don't usually see you in the cafeteria often, so you must not be eating properly. How can you keep up with classes looking like that? Excuse me? You take a step back, clenching the strap of your bag as you glare at the blonde woman before you. Who is this woman, and who does she think she is? Actually, I'm curious about something. How many load files are there? Oh, so we could do a whole bunch of save scumming. Got it. Brittany! A familiar voice interrupts the two of you. You turn your head to where the voice was, and you stood no other than your old friend. That's really insensitive of you. Imagine if someone else told you about how you look. His familiar orbs are Azul blue, nearly replicating lapis lazuli's, and his chocolate brown hair is tied loosely in a low braid. Sun-kissed in hands with his handsome features adorned with a black long sleeve button-up and an indigo vest and added to his clean look. He's known as Gerald Ishabad. Oh, it's Mr. Ishabad. Jericho. Crow for short. The class representative and a close friend of yours. Well, the only friend you have. Crow made his way to your side, and with a hand on his hip, he reprimands the blonde-haired woman next to you, and the said woman just shrugged her shoulders. You place your hand over your beating heart, and the close proximity between the two of you caused a blush to appear on your cheeks. No matter how many times you get close to him, him getting near you will never get used to it. His whole aura gives off a warm feeling in you, butterflies in the stomach, thrashing and raging, begging to be released. I really hope we're on the older end of teens. Yeah, you might have a bit of a crush on him. The woman named Brittany just rolled her eyes, seemingly used to Crow's reprimands. Oh, well, you're the one who insisted on me initiating talk. You could have done it more nicely, you know. Like a simple invite alone. Crow gives you a small smile while handing something out to you. You look down to see it. It was your ID. You dropped this, by the way. My name is Steph. It seems. The ID showed my name, Steph Things, along with my pronouns. That's very, like, if a school actually did that, that's pretty forward. I don't think a school down here would. He has your IP address. Well, if he has my IP address, does that mean he's going to be ordering me food as well? He stares down at your own picture and you see yourself more. Feminine? You use feminine terms and will be called girl woman. You look at your ID picture, seeing a young woman and reading your name with your eyes. Steph Things, pronouns, she, her? Yeah, seems right. Your fingers briefly brushed against his. You bit your lip and muttered a small thank you before pocketing your school ID. Crow gives you a closed-eyed smile, returning his own thank you, and then turns his attention back towards Brittany. Following up behind Brittany are three more people. The tallest of the three is a sporty-looking man clad in a green and yellow jersey with the number 10 settled in front. Okay, so our school colors are probably 10. His eyes are bright green, the colors that kind of remind you of green apples. His skin a beautiful brown that nearly matches his curly hair with a subtle nestled, while a stubble words is nestled on his chin, indicating his maturity. Second tallest man in a purple hoodie. His eyes are sharp and slanted with long lashes adorned with teal-colored orbs underneath. His straight hair is styled in a hime cut, save for a short strand with a red ribbon and a low ponytail bound, the same shade of red behind him. So, if we're going just off of these two, just off of appearances, this is the one. The second tall dude that just got introduced. He's already my type. He looks uninterested with what's going on around at the very moment. And at the very last but not least is the shortest of the three, with maybe within the group as well. Her skin pale, her face dotted with a few freckles, and then the rectangular shaped frames shielded away orange orbs. What shapes are my glasses? Dirty. That's what they are. No, they're oval shape. Her hair was short and loose like waves. She wears a black button up under an orange vest and a black skirt matching Brittany's. Damn, Brittany, you're sure bad at socializing. Hey, Gio, seems like you have competition. The tall jock, clad in yellow and green sports jacket, lets out a loud laugh, causing some students to look at him. Brittany's face grew red from the embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she crossed her arms while tapping her foot on the ground. This only made the jock laugh even harder. Shut the fuck up, Daryl. You're causing a scene. Also, if you were me, you would have just done it as badly. That is, in fact, not true. I am a lovable guy. Oh, yeah? As the two argue, you turn your head towards the other tall male in a hoodie. Sensing your gaze, he looks down at you, his hand still in his hoodie pocket. Okay, so his name is Gio. A sudden chill went down your spine. You quickly averted your gaze from the imposing male and landing on a meek girl in orange right beside Brittany. She hasn't spoken since she arrived with the two males, but judging from how attached she is to Brittany, you're guessing she's closer to her than with the rest of the group. She kind of resembles yourself when you were still new to the school with no one to talk to. Not until Crow befriended you, of course. Were you as clinky to Crow back then as she's with Brittany now? Sorry, they're kind of a rowdy bunch, huh? I hope you're not too overwhelmed. They sure are something. Look, Steph, you're still free not to join us for lunch if you're uncomfortable. Meeting new people is overwhelming. It is! I just wanted to let you know that I respect your feelings and that you matter, Steph. Crow reassures you with a worried smile on his lips. You turn back to the group, the tall jock named Daryl, now bothering Gio, with an arm around his shoulder. The visible irritation on Gio's face did nothing to sway Daryl's happy-go-lucky personality. Brittany leans on one of the desks with her arms crossed, striking a conversation with a bespectacled girl next to her. What's her name? I didn't seem to catch it last time. Crow glances at where you're pointing at. Ah, Jessie? You can call her Jess for short. She's best friends with Brittany. She kind of reminds me of you back when we first met. All shy and quiet. Only that you're cuter. Sir, are you hitting on me? Are you feeding into my Delulu? Crow pinches your cheeks playfully, and you groan, but your mock annoyance is betrayed by the small smile that's formed on your lips. How time flies, huh? That's right, you got yourself acquainted with Crow in your sophomore year. Before you left the city, your father emphasized the importance of having companions and establishing friendships, especially in this college. Okay, so we're in college. Oh. Yes, so I'm assuming we're in older teens. Olympias University, the largest university in Titan City. It's known for having the best facilities and best education, where you're guaranteed to rise from the bottom to the top. Well, that's what the advertisements tell you. You tried getting to know some people during your first year, but no avail. No matter how much you try to make friends, you just can't seem to bring yourself to talk to anyone, and to your dismay, no one seems to bother even to befriend you. Sure, you would talk to a few classmates for projects, but nothing goes beyond that. Oh, I feel attacked. I did not come to play a game to be attacked. No. As if they're scared of you. What? Did we do something? Or am I more like disgusted? You can never tell. The looks you received have been all mixed signals, some bad and some out of pity. That is until Crow came into the picture. Among everyone, Crow was the sole person who approached you with the intent of friendship. You were wary of him at first. Why would someone want to befriend you out of nowhere? Your past experiences caused suspicion. You had a history with people who tried to earn your good graces because you were somehow beneficial to them. You thought Crow would be the same, so you ignored him. But back then, he kept following you, trying to strike a conversation with you every now and then. You tried to dismiss him, ignoring his presence as usual, but Crow was determined to break down your walls and keep insisting on tagging you along until it annoyed you at once. Just once. That is, until it happened on the last day of your first semester in your sophomore year. You fell victim to one of the school's biggest hidden flaws. If Crow wasn't there to stop you, you could have not begun to imagine what might have happened to you. Crow looks cute! Thank goodness you're unharmed. You're concerned about me? What about you? You're the one who's hurt! Thinking back, he thought he was crazy and stupid. Taking blow after blow until the perpetrators got bored and left both of you. That's the whole point, right? As long as you're not hurt, this is nothing. Oh, I can see why we have a crush on him. You're crazy, you know that? And he just laughs it off, wincing due to the bruises on his face. I never got your name, crazy person. It's Jericho. Jericho Ishiban. Just call me Crow. Nice to meet you, Crow. I'm Steph. You brought him to the clinic that day and became inseparable ever since. Right after that incident, Crow promised to never get in fights again and continues to keep his word. You really owe it to him. You look back at Crow, he tilts his head. Something on your mind, Steph? Nothing. Just happy that you're my friend. We got him to blink. Ooh. He looks at you with raised eyebrows, probably surprised at how random your thoughts seemed. He didn't say anything as he let your words sink in, and his usual gentle smile appeared on his face. Crow inched closer to you, indicating that he feels the same way. Brittany must have taken notice of the amount of time and talking and arguing as she turns to you one last time. We took a little bit too much. We'll end up not getting any seats if we keep this up. So, are you coming with us or not? Caught up in your little daydream about the past, Brittany finally spoke up, catching your attention. You look back at Crow, recalling his words. I know I said not to romanticize it, but it doesn't change the fact that Crow looks amazing. I want a screenshot of him and have his inspiration. I want to say you can check the tags on Tumblr. What is the person, what is their roles? Because the creator of this game has rules. Okay, I'm looking at the profiles. Everyone's in their 20s, their early 20s, which makes me feel so much better. I'm going to post their Tumblr in chat. Wow, thanks. I'll probably save the idea for another time. There we go. There's a Tumblr. Okay, here we go. Here's the card. Let's make sure. Posting CGs from the non-safe for work context is strictly prohibited. So you can make fan merch, printing CGs for personal use only, and anything for personal use. Okay. Don't force yourself to join if you're not comfortable. I love how my body's like, hey, nap time. And I'm like, bitch, we'd be normally working at this time. You then decide to, can we save some? Can we save scum? Yeah! We can save scum. What I'm referring to is doing a bit of Googling for designs, for example, the type of vest, but that's later in life happening. Oh, BRB. No worries. I misunderstood, and I apologize about that. Alright. Where are we gonna go? Let's... This will probably be helping us with our assignment. Let's go to the library. I'll head to the library today. With a hand on her hip, Brittany stares at you as if waiting for you to change your mind. Seeing that your decision is set, she loosens a sigh. Brittany wordlessly turns her heels and walks out of the classroom, the rest of her friends following behind her. Crow, however, stays in his exact spot right next to you. Noticing this, Gio, the one in the hoodie, stops. Crow? Huh? Oh, be right there. Crow paused shortly to sneak a look at you before walking towards Gio. His movement slow and hesitant to leave your side. Oh, I think Crow does return our feelings. Although Crow did not give you a farewell glance before reaching for his friend, it was Gio who glared at you over his shoulder. His gaze was intimidating and intense. It reminds you of a way of predators look at their prey. You felt your heart stop beating for a moment. Confused by his apparent stillness, Crow was about to question his blue-haired companion, but Gio waved his hand dismissively. Before Crow could notice anything, Gio breaks his gaze away from yours and ushers his friend out of the classroom. Oh my god! Hi, Ray! I'm glad I checked Twitch. How are you? How are the Munchkins? Yeah, so today is President's Day. I think you are aware. I don't know if the Munchkins are off today, but your girl is. And I wanted to knock off a game that was on my list, and I've been seeing a bit of it. So the kid in the back is is it today? How are you doing? Ah. You let out your breath you didn't know you were holding. What was that about? Life is extended family sadness going on, but doing okay. Kiddo's home. The younger is asleep. And I've gotten a musical obsession, and it's amazing and painful. The way you worded that, I'm assuming you're learning to play a new instrument? And I'm sorry, life is but good the kiddos are home and the younger one's asleep. Ooh, excuse me, by the way. Nope. The set of animated music videos that tell, oh, send me one, please. Send me one, please. Have you heard of Alien Stage? I have not. What am I about to see in my DM? I'll send you the playlist in view order. It's amazing. Thank you. You always look out for me. Oh, I can't wait. I want you to know, because overtime got approved for work. Because we had technical issues last week. That wasn't our fault. But it pushed us like a whole day behind, so overtime got approved. So that will very much be on the playlist while I am like working overtime. He gave me nothing but short glances and glares since I've met him. Maybe I'm not suited to be part of their group. You shake away the negative thoughts attempting to plague your mind. Returning to your original plan, you pack up your things and proceed to head out. Next stop, the library. The rowdy hallway buzzed with noise as sweaty and tired students make their way to their respective classes, some presumably headed to the cafeteria for a break. Several were headed in the same direction you were walking. It's in the Korean, but it has subtitles. Also sent you a pic for my new PC wallpaper that's going from one of the songs AMV. I am pulling my phone up right now. My poor little dying phone. I love it. Yes. Actually, if it's Korean and I have to see it in order, I might binge them today. Also, I paid for the smut version. I love you for that. That's beautiful. 10 out of 10. I think I want to play this just to see, because I'm following the creator. I have the tags pop up, so it's definitely in my sphere, and I'm like, let me play the game before I want to pay for the smut version. Have fun with the yandere. Yandere? As in plural? Oh. Oh. We're gonna have fun with this. You open the doors immediately greeted by the familiar scent of coffee and library books. You've always been awed by your university's fancy facilities. In fact, the library surprisingly operates a small cafe serving coffee to the students who need it early in the morning until the afternoon. It's a huge hit among everyone, and you understand why. The caffeine is the fuel to a college student's weary soul. Okay, let me just edit this sentence. Caffeine is the fuel to a weary soul. Because I swear some days if you take my blood, it's just going to be caffeine that just happens to be a little red. The aroma of coffee somehow lighten your mood, anticipation of a short moment of peace within the library. You're made your way towards the usual your usual seat by the large window near the coffee section. Or to even go further, caffeine is love, caffeine is life, caffeine is fueling our veins. Caffeine is fueling our souls. Caffeine is love. Caffeine is life. Caffeine is fueling our souls. That's what I'm going with. Oh, and just the change in music. Can we just take a moment to appreciate like the ambiance music? I mean, if you do binge all of what is out of Alien Stage so far, they do have alternate versions of the song sung by different ones of the Utilate. You're about to put me down a rabbit hole, and I'm here for it. I like the soundtrack. So far, this OST is so good. Your mood drifted when you spotted an unfamiliar face occupying the chair you've come to favor. You've groaned. It's amazing that something made by a few people, like a couple of dozen at most or so between the 11 main story tracks, can be so good and each has like 10 to 12 million views. Ray willingly putting me in a rabbit hole, me going, yes, I would like to be in this rabbit hole. Just great. What should I do about this? Save scum. Oh. And Utilite are like the YouTube anime cover singers usually. Oh, I learned a new word today. What do I want to do? If someone takes my spot, just because of how much I spread out, I think I would want to find somewhere else to sit. Gremlin cackles. Exactly. Let's find somewhere else to sit. You don't want to deal with a stranger or anyone at this moment. Even if you do want your seat back, looking around, you make your mind to settle elsewhere, preferably far away from the presence of others. To your utter demise, the only vacant seat left is a table full of loud, gossiping students. You swear out of all the places their idle and loud chatter, it had to be the library. You don't feel like doing your research paper anymore. Heading to the fiction section of the library, you examine each book's spine, running your fingers along them, hoping one would attract your attention. Poor Yandere, just denied of your presence. Look! I've noticed this about myself, and I will sprawl out. You give me a little space, and I'm going to be a cat. I'm going to take up as much space as I can. So if I'm there to study, I'm going to be like, here's my drink, here's my paper, here. It is going to go more and more out of length. Now, had I known, like, I would have been the gossiping girls, I might, if I still wanted to be in the headspace, sitting next to him. But, yeah. However, not a single one caught your eye of the many books you've passed by. Instead, you gathered dust on your fingertips, you clicked your tongue and rubbed your fingers together, dusting them off. Thud! What did I hit? A sudden thud came to the opposite side of the shelf before you, causing to wobble a bit, knocking a few books down. Another thump, and this one's louder and stronger than the last. A few books toppled over next to you, and one nearly hits your head. Hey, watch it! You raised your voice. Silence. Then you hear a few shuffling noises behind. Oh, were they bumping butts? Beyond the shelf in front of you. You let out an irritated puff. Taking a few books that fell to the ground, you proceed to place them back into their original positions on the shelf. But as you were filling up the gap, something, or rather someone, caught your attention. Though a small creak between the books, you spotted a male student with hair dyed in red and spiked up hair, donning a leather jacket ripped jeans and his facial piercing enhanced his intimidating look. Behind him stood another guy dressed in a similar fashion. The only difference is his black hair as night with blue highlights, a white tank top instead of a leather jacket, a dog tag. Oh, they were bumping butts. Dad asked me why I was grinning so devilishly, and I told him, "Oh, nothing. I'm just gonna emotionally wreck my friend. Thanks. Thanks. I love you too." The two unfamiliar students sneered down on someone who you assumed they pushed to the ground. Listen, it's worth the agony. Ray leading me down a rabbit hole. Me willingly go down this rabbit hole. Morning, sleepyhead. Currently at work, so I can't stay and hang out. See you sometime later this week. Morning, Kirks. I hope you have a good and wonderful day. That is our friendship, Ray. Oh, look at this thing that's going to cause you misery. Oh, where? Oh, you want to see pretty boys? Yes, where? So this is where the thudding sounds came from. Don't make too much noise there, Mr. Creep McGee. You don't want us to get in trouble, do you? Great, another bullying situation. You rolled your eyes in annoyance. These bullies never know when to stop, do they? Sometimes people never seem to grow out of their high school phase. The poor fellow remained sitting up on the ground, his back leaning against the bookshelf, trying desperately to hold his ground. He muttered something under his breath. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. The redhead bully mocked. His hand brushed behind his ear as he leaned closer to the man on the ground, while his raven-haired companion laughed at his friend's antics. I said, fuck. Why, you cringed at the sound of flesh hitting flesh, causing you to pull back. You got some real nerve here coming and showing your face, punk. No matter. You're nothing but fresh meat. He looks fucking disgusting. I bet he's liking this. Why wouldn't he? After all, you asked for this, didn't you? Sick freak. This is getting bad. I should leave or I'll be next. You grit your teeth. I squinted. You didn't want to look at this anymore. But before you could shove your book to cover the remaining gaps, something glistening caught your eyes. Your blood ran cold at the weapon now within the fiery red hand's hand. Yo, how did you get that in campus? Shut up! Who cares? It was a pocket knife. Let's see if you continue being a smartass once I cut your mouth. I've got to do something. But should I risk being caught in between all that? I gotta stop them. I don't know who I would call. If they're bumping, books can be bumped back. Leaving the remaining books, quickly rushed from near aisle and went across where the bullies were. Stop! You let out a loud cry. From your cry of your voice, the bullies halted their movement, their heads slowly towards you. Your attention, however, was on the fallen male on the ground, his face battered and bruised as he struggles to keep his composure. He looks up at you, and your eyes meet with the reddish-orange ones. Hi. As soon as he registers who you are, however, his expression turns from mild irritation to shock. He shuffles on the ground in a hurry as he tries to get up, but the raven-haired bully must have noticed this and kicked his stomach, causing him to double over and clench his abdomen. Isn't he so pretty? Yeah, he is. Tch, what do you want, Pipsqueak? Can't you see we're busy here? The tall redhead bully clicks his tongue, and you can see his veins bulging from his forearm in irritation from your interruption. Standing up, he walks to where you are, pocket knife still in hand. Stop what you're doing right now! Oh yeah? Well, what are you gonna do about it? If you hurt him, I'll scream and alert everyone in the library! Why didn't our scream already alert him? The redhead just left a mocking laugh, unfazed by your threat. He looms over you, his attention now focused on you, leaving the other male on the ground. Stop! Don't go anywhere near her. You're here for me, right? Just leave her alone. Shut the fuck up. Ugh! The raven-haired landed one more kick on the student's green stomach. Taking advantage of his weak state, the bully clad in blue steps on the boy on the back. Stop that! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold it right there, sweetheart. We ain't done here. The bully in red before you suddenly wraps his arm around your lower back and proceeds to bring his face closer to yours. With his free hand, he forcibly grabs your chin and jerks your head towards his. You hiss from the force he inflicted on your jaw. Let me go, you bastard! You move your face away, his hot breath fanning your cheek as you try your best to pull away from him. The redhead scans your face, a growing sinister smirk forming his lips. Not gonna lie, you look kind of pretty. No wonder why this freak has the hots for you. He turns around and gives a quick glance at the person on the ground. He just chuckled at the dark glare given to him. I bet your little boyfriend here wouldn't mind a taste. A taste of what? Before you can even register what he said, you felt a stinging sensation across your cheek, following something wet rolling down your cheeks. Oh, he caught us! The sensation of the bully's tongue running across your cheek made you shiver in pure disgust, and you could feel your tears. Wait, what? Oh, he licked us? Before you could register what he said, you felt a stinking sensation across your cheek with something wet rolling down your cheek. I would have figured he cut us, but he licked us? Yeah, no, that's what it says. Okay. Lesby. The redhead, however, does not share your sentiments. His eyes roll back in pure ecstasy, a low moan escaping his mouth, making you want to throw up. Creepy essay-coded grossiness. Yeah, it's not. We remember, we agree to this. Taking advantage of his blissful state, with all your might, you kicked him in between his legs. Fuck! Fucking bitch! You pushed him away with all your might and gave him one last kick on his back, causing him to fall and land onto the bookshelves, multiple books falling on him. A thick encyclopedia landed on his head, causing him to pass out. Take that, fucker! However, your little victory was short-lived as you felt an arm make its way around your throat, proceeding to block your windpipe. By the way, there's a saying, don't ask Alien Stage fans where they were on Valentine's Day 2025 because they gave us more beautiful pain. I am ready for this. You're a naughty one, aren't you? Why don't I teach you a lesson? Let go of me! You clawed at the blue bully's arms around you, trying desperately for him to release you as you slowly lose air in your lungs. Your vision is slowly beginning to dark. I can't breathe. I'm so hyped for you to DM me. Like, what did you do to me? Probably expect that message later this week. Someone help! The arm around your throat loosens. Your dizzy states cause you to lose your balance. You steady your breathing while rubbing your throat, trying to ease the pain it just went through. I've watched so many reactions of people were like, hey, whoever suggested to me, F you, thank you, but F you. The two bullies' bodies are now on the ground, all passed out, and all what's left is a pair of black shoes before you. Looking up, it was the same guy in green. The bruises on his face is still visible. He didn't say anything while holding out his hand. Accepting it, he let a small thank you as he pulled you back up on your feet. Now that everything seems to settle down, you finally got to look at him closely. He's actually pretty tall, probably around 6 feet. His hair deep green, nearly black, with green streaks pulled in half. His red eyes dart around the area, and then back at you, and then back at a random corner. And an awkward minute passes. Ah, we should probably get you to the nurse's office. I'm fine. There's no need. Meanwhile, you should get your cheek bandaged. He lifted his hand, seemingly tried to cope your cheek, but stopped himself midway, quickly tucking it behind his back, walking past you in a hurry. Your eyes trailed after him as he quickly made it to what it seemed your usual spot. After fixing his things, and then set off towards the exit, not bothering to glance back one last time. He was in our spot. Why is he getting attacked? That's what I kind of wanted to know. Barely making it to your next classroom, you slide in the classroom doors open, earning a few looks from the students inside. Turning to the podium, you exhaled a breath you didn't realize you were holding when you realized that your teacher's still absent. Fixing your composure, you scan the room. A few easels and shelves filled with brushes and bottles stained with acrylic paints, guaranteed to make that you made it to the right class. You make your way to your seat. Once settled down, you groan, placing your elbows on the desk and resting your chin on top of your hand, waiting patiently for your professor to arrive. And never seem to take notes of an understatement, you realize that there were a lot of unfamiliar faces in today's class. You're guessing that they either transferred to the class or just wanted to cut their original class and would slack off in a different subject. Not that you cared anyway. You only have this class due for the fact it's required for some strange reason. The school's curriculum is weird. While you were scanning around the room, however, you spot a familiar mob of black-haired seated at the end of the classroom. Your eyes went wide. We're in the same class? works if your life as a gardener wouldn't turn out as it should. All part of plan B, and if that fails, I've got plan C and I've got plan D. I've yet to make up the rest. Or I'll guess I'll die. You shake away your silly thoughts. The problem is at hand. You don't have a partner to work with. Now I want you to go to your chosen partner for this project so I can start explaining your task. Eventually, you were forced out of your seat since your seatmate's partner would be occupied for the class. You curse at yourself. You could only hope that you're not the only student who didn't get their own partner for this class. But upon looking at it, it seems everyone's calm and collected. Were you the only one panicking here? Unlike the rest of the class scurrying around to meet their partner, you were the only fool still standing. Note on the only standing because on the corner of the classroom, there's a single student not bothering to stand up from their seat. Their seatmate had left to pair with someone, leaving a vacant spot. Is he not going to bother with his partner? Unless... hey there, buddy, partner. He looks up from his desk and looks at your approaching form before you eventually standing next to him. It's you. Seems like you're a bit lost there. Do you have a partner? No. Well, this is awkward. Well, just your luck then. Me neither. So, do you want to be partners? Sure, why not? You took the vacant seat beside him, his book now tucked away on his desk and a pen and a piece of paper seemingly ready to take notes. Hey, I never got to know your name. That's not quite important. Well, I should at least know what to call you instead of Green Streak Guy. He raised a brow at your silly nickname you gave him before slightly shaking off his head. Oh no. Sullivan Bugsmania. Bugsmania? Sullivan Bugsmania. But just call me Soul. Soul? Your soul means sun or brightness, right? Soul nods, rubbing the back of his head. You can say that. My mother gave me that name. It's a lovely name. Thanks. Well, I'm Stuff Things. Nice to finally know your name, Soul. We just gave him our full name. Soul nods with a smile forming on his lips, then returning his attention back to the professor. Professor, 3 artworks to showcase. Note it has to have some form of expressionism. Mediums will be strictly traditional. Your professor then proceeds to give the other pointers for your projects before leaving you and the rest of the class for the day. Everyone in the classroom proceeds to talk with their partners, already brainstorming ideas on what they're going to showcase and hopefully could get a high grade. You turn to Soul as he took out his own charcoal pencil and sketch pad for the class. You've got any plans for your first display, Soul? Expressionism is about conveying one's feelings, right? The easiest for now is a portrait. Let's use your face as an example. My face? He lets out a low chuckle. There, you're making a cute expression right now. That can be considered expressionism. Huh? Soul is actually pretty clever with words to be like, hey, yeah, I'm just going to have you model for me while I sketched you out. Oh, but I have this bandage on my face. Wouldn't that hinder the process? You recall the events that happened back at the library. I can simply ignore it. Or make something better of it. Trust the process. seems like he already has an idea what to do. And judging from the half-filled sketchbook of his, he's quite familiar with the concept of art. Me, however, I'm not that good at art. I'm not that confident in my art skills yet. Is that okay? I don't want you to do all the work. Everyone starts somewhere. As long as you help me, well, appreciate the concept of art, you'll do fine. Soul said, relaxing in his seat and taking out his sketch pad and pencil. You sit back and relax, tucking a loose strand and fixing your hair as if you're about to take a picture. Soul notices this, and you swear you saw the edges of his lips twitch upward. He did smile! The sound of pencil against paper filled the classroom. You in your seat, as Soul looked up back at you in the paper from time to time. Oh, is this... Oh, you can see where the affection lies. Interesting. He's such a beautiful red flag. I've said it before. Red is my favorite color. I see no red flags. He gazes at you, and you swear his eyes go half-lidded in a dreamy daze. But you don't think much about it. So basically, joke's on you, I'm red-green colorblind. Right, I'm red-green colorblind when it comes to love interest. Thank you. What was that? Soul stopped his strokes on the paper and then finally locked gaze with you. A sketch pad covers half of his face as he speaks. Thank you, Steph, for helping me back in the library. Oh! It's not a problem. You were quite in a pickle and no one bothered to help you out. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't save you there. Well, you saved me the trouble today. I saved you the trouble? What? After that, Soul said nothing. His gaze remained on yours before continuing on. A small tint of pink appeared at the tips of his ears. Using his sketch pad, he's trying to cover up his burning face behind the object. Small conversations were made, and then he worked on the pencil whilst you were keeping the air afloat. He looks so cute with a blush. Can we appreciate that he looks so cute with a blush? I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it in time. You stared and Soul's eyes just widened at you before shaking his head. Don't worry about it. This type of thing is usual for me. Usual for you? He sighed as the thought alone of such a task on his hands while he continues on. Every bruise is worth it. Worth it. What? Oh my gosh. What are you doing, Soul? Soul mumbled something under his breath, the grip of his pencil tightening his grip before sighing and looking up at you. And that was enough to calm him down and then to continue his sketch, leaving you dumbfounded. Before you knew it, class was over. Soul, however, is not done with your portrait of you, as his pencil still makes a few more final touches on his sketch pad. Just a few more touches? There. Can I see? Of course. Soul hands his sketch to you and you gasp. This looks so good. The details and everything. And he's not even done yet! Soul, this looks amazing. How the fuck did you do this? By your compliment, he just rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged a little, a bit embarrassed at your compliment. I'd love to sketch once in a while, and I often draw random people in parks when I go out. You couldn't help but admire him and his work. Although I'd like to revisit this if given more time. Can I keep this? I mean, right after the professor grades it, of course. Sol places a hand under his chin, thinking about it. Not sure. I think I could do better than that one. But I really like this one. He chuckled. All right, you can have it once I'm done and our professor grades it. But in return, I get to keep the portrait you'll make of me, all right? Hi, Batman. Hi, Dexter. I think that's a fair deal. So if y'all don't know, I have a black cat named Batman and a Bengal named Dexter. We always have to acknowledge the kitties. You gave back his sketchpad and fixed up your things. Sol packed up as well as you both headed out towards the hallway. Do you have a phone? We should exchange numbers and update each other so we can do 2 more tasks. Sol then takes out his own phone and asks you for your number. You recite it as he inputted in his phone. Let me try to send you a message. You nodded and looked at your phone screen and saw a new notification from an unknown number. This must be Sol's. Sup. That's so cute. But I guess this also shows my age in a way, because I'm used to be like, hey, let me call your phone. Even like someone's like, oh, let me enter your, I'm just like, here, just take the phone, enter your phone number. I don't trust my memory of like, oh, you're telling me this number, because I'm going to repeat it back to you like 5 times. You say your number is 555-555-5, right? 55 55 5555 5. Okay. Sup. You type so differently from how you look. From the corner of your eyes, you see Sol's eyebrow raised at your text. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. You chuckled. He rolled his eyes. Nom 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 nom. Snack break. Your stare lingers on Sol's face. A smile is embedded on his handsome features, while he looks at the block of text on his phone. You bite the bottom of your lip and recall the events that happened today, formally meeting Crow's group, the events that occurred in the library, and most especially, meeting Sol. Back then, you struggled to form friends throughout college, that you were convinced that you'd be graduating without making a single connection, which undoubtedly disappointed your father, and you were ready for it. You thought to yourself that these are odd people, eccentric at most. All misunderstood people, all human, all the same. A sudden wave of determination washed over you. With a hand on your chest, you stare into Sol's orbs, making him tilt his head slightly. Sol, I want to be friends with you. I can sense that people tend to misunderstand you and your overall personality. Sol is quiet, but his gaze remains on you with a lingering curiosity. But let me be different. I want to know you. I want to understand you, Sol. If you'll let me. He blinked once, and then twice, and then a chuckle. He puts a large hand on top of your head and then ruffles your hair. All right then. Let's mark today as the start of a wonderful friendship stuff things. You painfully pushed his hand off your head and then nudged him in the shoulder. He lets out a small laugh at your poor attempt. As to you, Sullivan Boxmania. Just Sol is fine, Steph. Well, I need to get going. See you tomorrow? Huh? Oh, of course. See you tomorrow, Steph. Giving Sol a wave goodbye, you make your way towards the school's exit. My darling. My sweet darling Steph. See you later, pumpkin. Interesting. He calls us pumpkin willingly. Okay, so we're around Halloween time. As you walk through the hallways, you catch your eyes caught on something on the nearby bulletin bowl. There's the Hollows Ball. Miss Roblin? A poster plastered on the large board. The Hollows Ball, the school's large hall court, free entry on Halloween, begins at 8 p.m. Lauren Ispium is simply dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Lauren Ispium has been the standard dummy text since 1500s, when an unknown printer took a gallery at the bottom. It is literally just filler words. That's all what it is. I love that. Come enjoy the festive spirit of Hallows Eve. A Halloween party, huh? Seems promising. A small vibration came from your pocket. Curious, you took out your phone expecting another message from Soul. It was from Crow. Your heart leaped from your chest, recalling the events that happened earlier this afternoon. Can you meet me after class? I'll be at the front gate. You didn't send a reply. Turning off your phone, you quickly made haste to the exit. Oh no, why are we ignoring Crow? Why are we ignoring Crow? You approached the school's gate, keeping an eye out for your friend. Sure enough, there stood Crow in all his glory, posture straight, with his arms held behind his back, his bag nearly placed on the floor, and his foot tapping on the concrete floor nervously. You yourself were growing nervous with each step as you drew closer and closer to him. When you reached his side and made your presence known with a small greetings, you noticed the way Crow's eyebrows raised in mid-surprise, as if not actually expecting you to show up before him. He cleared his throat before composing himself properly, with his body now facing your direction. You wanted to see me? Yes, lifting his bag from the floor, he slings a strap from his shoulder and offers a hand for you to take it. I'd like to take you somewhere. It's a bit near the park. I'll lead if you let me. Safe, scum. Okay. Oh. We haven't fully confessed, so we can't take his hand. We take his arm. Because if he's like, let me escort you, you escort. You didn't take his outstretched hand, but rather boldly wrap your arm around his, earning a surprised look with his azured eyes. He did not question you on the matter, but a wide smile made his way to his features, while a slight blush dusted his cheeks. He holds onto your arm tight and leads you both away from the school grounds. By the time you and Crow made it to the park, it was already sundown, and stars slowly started painting the sky. Is this the place you were trying to lead me to, Crow? Not quite yet. Come here. You follow him through a thicket of thick brushes, surprised to see only stony stairs, though a bit run down, it seems sturdy to step on. Looking up, you see it lead somewhere above. You and Crow make your way up to the stony stairs, some red and orange leaves coloring the steps as you and him avoid a few puddles of the rain this morning. We're here. Come, it's a sight to behold. Oh, this is gorgeous. Taking one last step, you see Crow admiring whatever is beyond him. His smile is bright as his eyes twinkle like the stars above. Stars shining above you. Your eyes went wide in awe upon seeing the scenery before you, replicating the one Crow has on his face. Not once did you take into consideration the idea of sightseeing within the city. Everything felt unfamiliar, intimidating even. You couldn't blame yourself for feeling so distressed about the idea of traveling, especially since you had no one within the city to guide you. But gazing at the sea of lights that stretched out before you made you realize that you have been missing much of what the city has to offer. Gotta go now. Bye, Maddie. Thanks for stopping by. Have a wonderful day. Looking further ahead, you take notice of the tall tower dedicated with the bright neon pink lights. A little bit to its right is a movie theater next to a mall. The rows of other buildings with multicolored lights seemed endless. The more you scanned the area, the more unfamiliar places you didn't know existed. The moment of silence while admiring the city view is interrupted by the sound of rustling grass. You turn around, finding the source of the sound. Crow had made himself comfortable lying on the ground on an old tree. You see his backpack leaning on its trunk. You turn your back from the city and walk to where Crow lays, deciding to keep him company. This is so cute. You gaze on the starry sky, shifts as you sit down beside him, and a hopeful smile grows on his face. Judging from your face all lighting up, you like this place, huh? Care to join me? Accepting his invitation, you give Crow a slight nod that brought joy to his eyes. You stretch out a bit and lay your back right next to him, fingers barely touching. You and Crow look at the night sky. You observe how the stars twinkle as the rain from this morning never happened. How did you manage to find this place? You tilt your head to look at him, and he gives you a closed-eyed chuckle before twinkling gaze meets yours. I take it you've never heard of Lily Smith, have you, Steph? Lily Smith? 9 out of 10 with the raid! Welcome in, viewers. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Steph Things. What were y'all playing? What were y'all doing? How are y'all, by the way? Monster Hunter? Oh, did you get the, winter? I think that it was like a Winter Wild that you were talking about for Monster Hunter. Well, welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. My name is Steph Things. My OBS crashed right at the moment I played my music video, so rated out. Oh no! I think it was just saying that it wasn't time for the music video. But I appreciate the raid. Raiders, my name is Steph Things. I am a chance event VTuber, so I stream when I have the energy. Most of the time, it is going to be a visual novel that includes murder, and I also romance weird and questionable things. Currently, we are playing a demo of The Kid at the Back, and it comes with a lot of like, hey, this is going to be in our game. We want you to beware. So, if y'all need to raid and dash, do not feel guilty. Please take care of yourself, so you need to take your medicine, food, eat, drink. You do what you gotta do. I'm still gonna be here playing this game. Go, 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 go. I for why am I
I'd
being
be quick.
bonked?
A boot to the head.
I need to adjust the volume on that. I don't know why I'm being bonked and having a boot to the head for that audio. Anyway, let's go back to the game where we think our crush has feelings for us and is gonna feed into our Delulu. They say that this tree that humans came in contact with was blessed by the gods that guard this land. This is the very same tree used to bear multiple fruits. They say that they never rot and are free for anyone to take. Or so that's popular interpretation says anyway. There are other interpretations of the myth? Crow shrugs his shoulders. Moving his gaze from the sky back to the tree, he stares at it as if trying to decipher something just by the mere look of it. There are other versions, yes. Some say the fruits are actually poisonous. Others say it's only meant for the gods and no humans to take lest they be cursed. So yeah, it was playing the Iceborne expansion. Yes, okay, I knew it was like in that category. How was it? How did you like the Iceborne expansion? Needless to say, I triple carted multiple times. Is that a good or a bad thing? Oh, and I just had a curiosity question for you, Nanaton. Have you ever heard of Alien Stage? It got recommended earlier in chat. That sounds gruesome. Triple carded died so many times I failed the quest. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I'm sorry that you triple carded. Alien Stage. No! Also, what round are you at? For Alien Stage, I have not started it yet, but Ray was telling me about it, and we made the joke of Ray being like, look, this is a thing, you're going to suffer. Ow! I sent her the playlist in order, yeah, so I am going to binge the playlist. Because I told Ray, I was like, oh, I'll just listen to it while I'm at work. And I got convinced that I should do this today. Or, you know, pay attention to it. But the fact that you said, no! means you know about it. Oh no. Oh no. What am I going to be into? Because Ray said that she fully expects to see a message to be like, fuck you. Also, thank you. Fuck you. The songs are in round 3 and 6 are my favorites. Okay. How is it broken up? Is it like each song is a round? Just so I'm aware. The PC background I showed you is from round 3. Oh, okay. The PC that image is very. The fact I know which songs those are concerns me. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Hi, Batman. Where did my chunky baby go? My chunky baby disappeared. Oh, there's some songs are around it. And some of the songs are rounds, but there are no round 4. It has other songs that aren't rounds. It's part of the story. Okay. Y'all are building this up for me. Very much that I'm just gonna be like, and I'm ready to go down this rabbit hole. It's no wonder they would rather use a lighter version of the myth. What? Part 2 of the stream? We'll explain the lores as you watch the videos. Oh my gosh, I'm in trouble. I'm in danger. Hold on. Do I have Ray in here? I do not. Okay. Invite people. Okay, Ray, I sent you a Discord link. It's pretty easy to follow. It's the best and most beautiful messy rabbit hole. I sent you a Discord link. That way you and Nonatan can watch me suffer, and I can message it there versus messaging y'all individually. I'll still message you individually once I start. But oh no. What are y'all getting me into? How emotionally wrecked am I about to be? I just finished my period. I know that was a little TMI. Also, I watched it all the way. Oh no! Alright, okay, let's get back to the game. Before this becomes a side chat, and be like, alright, chat, we're about to be emotionally wrecked all together. Well, I'm ignoring the real life because medically my frail oldest uncle is on this left. Oh no! I hope he passes peacefully. My condolences. Oh my gosh. Crow lets you let a chuckle out of your statement, nodding a bit as agreeing with you. I guess that might be one of the reasons. Hey, Steph. He pauses before speaking again. Oh shit, what was said? You perk an eyebrow at him. Yeah? This seems like a silly question. No, lay it on me. Tell me what it is. There's no silly questions. Do you believe in gods? Okay, this is IRL stuff speaking. I fully believe that there are higher powers out there. That they also have a terrible sense of humor. But they could sometimes be watching out for us. I have my own little headcanons and evidence to kind of prove that. Hi, Dexter. Thanks, guys. He and I were never close, but because his lifelong health problems got meningitis as a newborn and just after the hospital led to other problems, he and my grandma are very close. So I'm just worried for her at the most and the impact it'll have on her. Aww. I'm sorry about that. This question caught you by surprise. You never thought of Crow as a religious type, more so to be interested in gods. Maybe he was just curious by the idea of them. Man, Crow is so pretty. He really is. And also, Crow's got these long, beautiful lashes. Rude. This may be the best moment to know for sure. I do. We're gonna save Scum. I do. They're the very beings that blessed our lands and soul. Why does she remind me of Anna from Frozen? I could see it. Do you want to build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. Okay, bye. Back in my hometown, we would go to worship in our village patron's goddess's church and pray for a good harvest. You recall your visits to the village temple with your father being regulars, you visited enough to the point where you became friends with some of these who resided within the church. Every time you stopped by to worship, you and your father would offer your healthiest crops to thank the patron. You hadn't gone to church in a while, probably because the city doesn't have a church for your patron deity. Your goddess had more followers near your village, all the way to the south. Crow gives you a nod of understanding. How about you? Do you believe in gods? Alright, gotta go. Eep. Good luck, have fun, see ya. Bye, Nonaton. Good night, sweet dreams. Thanks for the raid. You turn to Crow, repeating the same question he asked you earlier. He scans your face, your eyes, your nose, and then your lips. His lingering gaze made you shrink back, your heart fluttering slightly. Crow seems to realize something to himself as he returns his attention to the stars above, sighing. I don't. This surprises you, and Crow laughs at your visible shock and confusion. Oh, we lost points because of the god. What? You didn't think I'd be a non-believer? If I had to be honest, no. Why so? You kind of dress like a priest. Crow's azure eyes grew wide as he broke into one of the loudest laughs you've ever heard from him. Emotional damage! Right? We wrecked him. He laughed so hard he had to clench his stomach and wipe the tears stained on the corner of his eyes. He was still chuckling when he unbuttons the first two studs of his black polo, revealing more of his collarbone to you. You quickly avert your eyes, finding the tree's leaves to be very interesting at this moment as you feel familiar heat rush to your cheeks. How's that? Less formal? Are you going to update the art? Is the art going to be updated? Oh, for fuck's sake, Ichabod! It feels like I'm seeing a Victorian woman's ankles for the first time. Crow grins at your reaction. It took both of you a few seconds of going back and forth with teasing, and you reprimanded him before you finally calmed down. For the next few moments, you were spent with you pointing at the stars and Crow teaching you the constellations with a gentle, whisper-like voice. You both fell silent, basking in the peace of the night. As the silence prolonged, Crow fell deep in thought. Oh, the model did get updated! Yes! Bless you, creators. Thank you for this feast. Yes! About today's stuff. About the guys. So we're moving on to this conversation next, huh? I gotta be honest, Daryl put me up to this little hangout while I was feeling down in the dumps. I think I have to thank him for forcing me to actually give me the courage to talk to you after class. He left out of breath. He didn't know he was holding, refusing to meet your eyes. I just didn't know if I upset you by suddenly dragging you into this group. I probably should have told them a long time ago, huh? I'm so sorry, Steph. You bit your lip. You suspect that you might have upset Crow by making him think that you didn't like the group's president at all. And he's forcing you to bend to his will. One thing to know about Crow is that he's never the type to demand, to control, to be a king. To be a tyrant. You didn't do anything wrong, Crow. In fact, I should be the one to apologize. You speak up without thinking. Crow turns his head and looks at you, his gaze swirling around confusion of your apology. I'm sorry for making you feel bad. I didn't mean to be upset. You swallow a lump in your throat, trying your best to hold the tears that threaten to spill. I thought you'd forget about me after They're amazing people. Brittany's pretty, Daryl's a fun guy, Gio's so cool, and Jess is loyal. They're a great group. And most importantly, you're amazing, Crow. You're all amazing, but not me. I'm just not so sure I could ever be part of the group. You were always hidden away in the shadows, no matter how much you try to fit in. You never to be considered people treating you as someone to toss around, someone to use. You are worth nothing but extra. That's what she always tells you. You couldn't hold it back anymore. A sob escapes your lips, and your vision slowly blurring as you feel wet droplets of tears sliding down your cheek from your eyes. For the moment, you saw panic in Crow's expression, seemingly not expecting you to burst into tears. He reaches out to hold your hand, and suddenly you feel a pair of arms circling around you as he pulls you closer to him, letting you sob on his shoulder. He says nothing while rubbing a hand along your back, allowing you to cry, not caring about his clothes getting wet from your tears. Once you calm down, Crow rests his hand on your back, not letting you out of his embrace. You're amazing, Steph. I am sorry I never get to tell you that, no matter how many times I thought of it. I just couldn't seem to find the words. But you're amazing in your own way. You may not know it, but you're beautiful, you're funny, you're quite a phenomenon. You feel the vibrations coming from his chest, from the chuckle he emits. Heck, you're the funniest person I know. All I'm saying, Steph, is that you're amazing. You have no idea how much tears you shed tonight. Sometimes you think it's silly and childish to cry over what was probably a trivial matter to some, but the urge to stop returned after hearing those words from him. Do you want me to call you the Amazing Spider-Man just to prove that you are amazing? Please no. I made you giggle a bit as you wiped your tear-stained cheeks. With whatever strength you could muster, you slowly pulled away and lifted yourself up. You sit up, hovering over Crow. Wait, what? What? And there you see the very same man that made you cry, literally by doing nothing. His braid had come loose, you don't know when, but his hair pulled around his head. Crow stares at you with serene eyes, remaining silent as a gentle smile plastered on his face. There was nothing but the moon illuminating his tender features, and yet your vision, he seems to glow. He's absolutely beautiful. Oh, how you wish you could blame everything on him. If you could, you would tell him that he's the reason for all the unnecessary feelings and your swelling in your chest. You tell him exactly how good and bad it all feels, the heartaches, the butterflies fluttering around in your stomach. You want to blame him. You can't. Oh, save scum. Would he appreciate a kiss? I don't think we have enough points for a kiss. I mean, there's only one way to find out. We're gonna risk it for the biscuit. You have no idea where you got the guts to do the thing you did next, but the feeling of his lips pressed on yours made the butterflies rattle in your stomach, threatening to burst out of their cage. Your heart beats fast like you ran a marathon, and you feel like the heat rush to your cheeks. Crow freezes against you for a moment there, and thought you just made a huge mistake. You were prepared to pull away and apologize, but he makes a move you didn't expect. The gentle grip that Crow has on the small of your back slithers its way to the back of your head. Fingers intertwine with your hair as he presses you closer to him, returning your kiss with a fervent season of desperation. Hey, let's go! His other hand holds your waist in a tight embrace, not wanting to let you go. Though I will say, I think this build of the game might have already have a bad end somewhere. I definitely know where this Met one does. Oh no! Well, we're about to find out. Out of your surprise, you break the kiss by pulling away slightly. Crow chases after you, leaning in close to capture your lips in a deeper, more passionate manner than before. You feel like putty in his embrace as he cuffs your cheeks with one hand, his lips needily asking for more access to yours. In response, you shut your eyes tight and your arms come around to wrap his shoulders, granting his desires by tilting your head against his. Both of you lose all sense of the world as you fall deep into the sensation of your lips against each other. Eventually, he pulls away, a streak of saliva connecting your lips down to his own. His breaths are heavy, matching yours, and you beheld his red face and hair messier than before. You beheld? Is that right? Beheld? He tucks away a strand of hair behind your ear before rubbing your cheek with his thumb. Crow scans your disheveled figure above him. You can see the way his eyes dilute the longer he keeps his gaze on your face. Oh, he's got little hard eyes! Yay! I knew we were going stargazing tonight. I just didn't expect the brightest star to be in front of me. Oh, stop! That's so cute! Yukiki giggled at his cheesy pickup line. God, I like you, Steph. I liked you the first time I laid my eyes upon you. I couldn't tell you because I was scared that I might lose you whenever we had a moment that I would lose you. I couldn't bear to live a life without you. Crow? I think it's 3. There we go. Aww, I like you too. I've liked you ever since, too. You chuckle at the silly thoughts you recall, the way you've been doubting your feelings, his feelings. His eyes grow wide, jaw falling slack as he tried to comprehend the words that came out of your lips. He blinks once, twice, before a smile as bright as the stars above appear on his face. Is this a dream? I hope not. If I'm in a dream, please tell the sleepy me to never wake up. I want to live in this dream forever. Will this convince you it's not a dream? Second kiss, let's go. You lean into his face and place a peck on his cheek. Maybe. But I think it would definitely convince me. But I think this would definitely convince me. He captures your lips swiftly, distracting you while he moves in to bury his face in the crook of your neck to nibble at the soft flesh. You gasp. Now people will know you're mine. Hey now! Crow laughs out heartily at your reaction. You simply roll your eyes. You can't stay mad at him. He dusts off the grass that sticks to his shirt before giving you a once-over and gently swatting away the leaves in your hair and clothing. You get up and Crow retrieves his bag, almost forgotten by the tree. He looks back at you and takes your hand silently. It was time to go. It was time to leave this magical place. You look at the stars, at how brightly they shone. You gave the sky one last glance before turning away, hand clasped tightly around Crow as you laid him home. Crow walks you to your apartment, noticing that he kept you out late at night. You bid Crow a goodbye after safely seeing you inside. He gives you a wave before turning his heel and making his way down the stairs. You close your apartment door and lean, heaving a puff of air. You recall the conversation you had with Crow while you walked with him on the street leading you home. I'm going to give the guys a chance. I think I judged them too quickly. So I want to do better. I want to get to know them better. If you trust them, I trust them too. Crow's expression was a surprise at your declaration as your determined face reflected in his orbs. Crow chuckled at your enthusiasm, giving you a friendly pat on the head. I'm glad you're giving them a chance, Steph. I'm sure they'll feel the way. No! Give me back the V-neck! Just unbutton. No! You engaged in other conversations with Crow during your walk home, the topics not really being of any importance, as you've forgotten them by now, save for his gentle voice and the occasional fond glances he stole at you. Time with Crow seems to pass by so quickly. You arrived at your apartment complex before you knew it. You make your way to the living room and throw your school bag onto the random corner, immediately plopping down on your sofa as you turn on the small television. Nothing interesting going on save for food commercials and movie trailers. That pizza looks so good. Maybe I should order something. Reaching into your pockets and taking out your phone, you're about to dial the numbers on the television when a new notification bubble popped up on your notification bar. It's from a group chat you'd never seen before. After scrutinizing, you realize it was Crow who added you in. It was a group chat with the rest of his friends. You open it. Okay. The Halloween ball? Anyone want to go to the Halloween party this Friday? It's gonna be awesome! Are we a bit too old for costume parties? Is it required? You two are no fun at all. I won't go if it's not a school requirement. Much less a waste of my time. Is it? No, it isn't. But it'll be great and a fun experience for all of us. I mean, we should loosen up a bit, you know? I agree with Crow. Count me in. Pass. I got more important things to do than go to a party. Now, will you excuse me? I'll be doing my leftover task for tonight. Gio has gone offline. She's stuck in the mud as usual. How about you, Steph? Me? You joining? It'll be fun. You were honestly surprised they somehow remembered you. Checking your calendar through your phone, you didn't seem to have any plans in the near future, or plans at all. You just like to spend time in your apartment alone. I mean, sure. That's great to hear. Crow seems happy about it. You giggled. This also reminds you of something. Or rather, someone. Opening another chat, you tapped in Soul's newly added contact and sent him a message by sending the same. Oh no! No! I know what we're doing. I know what the confusion's about this cause. Soul's thinking that we're gonna go with them. A Halloween party hosted by the school? Yeah! I'm not quite into parties. Oh. Oh well, that's alright. Just asking at all. Soul is typing. Wait. If you're coming, then I'm coming as well. Really? Really. Do you plan on dressing up? I don't know, do you? I mean, it's a costume party, so why not? I'll try to think of something then. No! No, this is gonna be bad. I can see this a mile away. You swear you could feel the smile behind those words. With a quick goodbye, you set your phone down when you heard your doorbell. That must be the food delivery. Did we order food? don't think we did. Maybe I should order something, reaching in your pocket and taking out your phone. You were about to dial the numbers. We were about to dial. After you ate your dinner and prepared yourself for bed, you thought about the events that happened today, meeting the group, meeting Soul, and most especially your little hangout with Crow. Each and every moment is a special occasion on its own. Letting out a big yawn as you stretched your body. You turned your laundry, slowly piling up, and scratched your head. I'll probably have to do laundry tomorrow. But for now, you plopped yourself onto the soft cushions of your bed, getting into a comfortable position and slowly dozing off as you closed your eyes, embracing the sleep as the night goes. What's about to happen to us? We have a mark. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and to be loved by me. The one who loves. I was a child. She was a child. In this kingdom by the sea. The kingdom. The following day, the first thing you do is to look around for Crow. When trying to ask some students for his whereabouts, nobody seems to know where he went. You tried sending him a message on his phone, but never received a single reply, much less having your message be put on read. You eventually meet up with Brittany. She seems to be one of the few people closest to Crows, so it was best to talk to him with her. Jericho? No, I haven't seen him. Do you know anyone else that might have an idea where he is? Brittany pondered for a bit, with manicured fingernails on her chin before shaking her head. No. I've already asked the rest of the guys. Heck, even Gio doesn't know where he is, and that guy's close to the hip with him. But he said he was coming to school today. Don't tell me he ditched last minute. Bullshit. He would always send me or anyone in a group a text whenever something came up. Heck, even knowing that guy, he'd probably send you a text first. You deflated. Brittany gives you a worried look, trying to think of something that could possibly help you. Maybe you should try checking the counsel's office. Taking your advice, you take her and proceed to leave the classroom where she was in. You did as Brittany suggested, not much for your dismay and frustration, but not a single one in the council knew where Crows is. Eventually you didn't attend. Is he still alive? Too determined to know where Crow could have possibly been, you rack your brains as you walk all over the school grounds. You were probably too angry to realize you made it all the way to the gardens, a place where you usually work. You scratch your head in frustration. Taking out your phone, you decide to give his number a ring. It was dead silent. You decide to walk deeper into the gardens. Until eventually you meet with a familiar chained face indicating the school's campus borders, barricading you from the forest just beyond it. You rang Crow's number one last time. It rang a few more rings before cutting off. You checked your phone, thinking that he somehow picked up, but was met with a disappointing notification that it was out of service. You try one last time. There's a faint ringing in the distance. But it's not within the gardens. It's coming from outside. Did he get himself lost? But how? As far as I know, this place is all bordered up. Putting your phone in your pockets, you look up and stare at the metal edges of the fence, shielding your eyes from the sunlight hitting your face. You bit your lip. You could climb up, but if you fall, you'd probably have a sprain if you're not careful enough. Without wasting any more time, you start climbing the chain fence, your fingers shaking from anxiety at the imposing height upon reaching at the edge. Going over to the other side, you slowly make your way down, keeping a tight hold on the fence. Whoa! Fuck! That is until you somehow manage to slip your footing, causing you to fall back down at first. A groan escapes your lips, your back aching from the sudden impact of the fall, making you lie there as you wait for the pain to subdue a little. You slide down your pockets, reaching for your phone inside, and you feel your heart drop to your stomach as you behold it. My phone! My phone! Fuck, I'm such a moron! You curse seeing the visible cracks in your screen of your mobile device. Turn it on, you vomit another string of colorful curses as your phone screen glitches heavily before eventually turning dark. All this shit's useless now! Shoving your broken phone back into your pocket, you slowly got up to your feet. You look around. If Crow was somewhere here, then you better start looking around. Hopefully you can try to remember your way back into the campus grounds. Your heartbeat accelerates as you walk deeper into the forest. You've never been here. It was uncharted territory, so you didn't know what dangers lurked. You scan the area around you, the thickest seeming getting thicker and harder to maneuver. You see nothing out of the ordinary, save for outgrown bushes and vines crawling on the dirt floor. If these don't get tended to, someone will surely trip. You're about to give up your search when you notice something in the corner of your eye. A familiar shade of Crow's indigo vest torn to pieces. You feel your heart drop. The air suddenly feels suffocating. Your legs wobble their way to the torn pieces, hoping that it's some sort of hallucination or some sick coincidence. No, this is exactly Crow's vest. All torn and broken. You search around the area one last time, eyes keener than before, hoping that this might have been some prank that someone pulled on you. Till your eyes land on a strange and broken down shed. Clutching the torn fabric close to your chest, you hastily make your way to the shed. Thoughts of Crow invade your mind as you ignore all the warnings waving your face. The moment you came face to face with the shed, your nose picked up on something bad. The smell of iron. The smell of blood. You rattle the wooden door open. It won't budge. Fuck! Open up, motherfucker! You look around for something to pry the door open. An axe! Coincidentally, a lone axe was sticking on a tree stump. Gathering your strength, you pried it off its hinges and nearly knocking yourself down with it. Dragging the heavy axe to the front door, you swing it open, breaking the wooden door piece by piece until a hole forms in it. Here's Johnny! The smell is now stronger than it was ever before, making you scrunch up your nose. With one last blow, the door falls and the shattered pieces of wood now hanging on its hinges as you enter the room. You feel your soul leave your body. The strength from your legs disappears as you drop to your knees, the pool of blood staining your skin. The iron-smelling liquid thick texture makes you feel pure disgust as a shiver ran down your spine. No! 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 We just entered a bad ending, didn't we? Oh, fuck. Oh. No. No, 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 please. Please. God. This can't be happening. You want to rip your heart out of your chest. You want to burn this whole forest to ash. Before you lay Crow's corpse, his head is barely attached to his shoulders. You can clearly see the Being injury left by some sharp on his neck. Blood drips deep in the red liquid pooling around his lifeless body. His eyes were left open, and you gazed at them, wishing, praying, and hoping that his vibrant azure orbs would smile at you again. Also, this isn't from being low affection first. This is solely choice based. Always happens if you choose smooch there. Oh no. But no, his eyes remain dull, soulless. You mutter his name over and over again, asking him to get up, to talk to you, to tell you what happened. But he didn't. You hear footsteps behind you, accompanied by the clanking of metal before something drops to the ground. You swiftly turn around, meeting the eyes of someone you've never expected to be here. A pair of very red orbs grow wide like saucers as their owner beholds your slumped, blood-stained figure. His gaze reveals a mixture of surprise, dread, and panic. Steph. No. You shouldn't be here. You need to leave! His pleas fall on deaf ears. Instead, you stare at the bloody hand axe that he dropped, equally bloodied hands, with his dark shirt with red liquid. He reeks of blood. He killed him. He killed Crow. You killed him, didn't you, Soul? Soul bit his tongue, refusing to answer your question as he stays put. You can see the way his jaw clenches, his expression now filled with rage. He was going to take you away from me. I only did something I wish I had done years ago. So you're not even going to deny it? I would never lie to you, Steph. But why? Why did you do this? Because I love you, Steph. Oh, the poor beans. I'm not letting that bastard take you away from me. You're mine, and mine alone. You were taken back by his declaration of love towards you. It left a disgusting taste in your mouth. How dare he taint the word love? How dare he throw it around like it's an object? You monster. What? You lunge at him, aiming for his neck, pushing it down on the dirt ground. He claws at your hands, not expecting your sudden strength as you unbuckle his choker, pulling the strap and using it to choke him. You mean nothing to me! I don't even know you! You loved me? I loved him! He was everything to me. He was my savior, my first love, my everything. What do you know about me? You must pay for what you've done. Soul couldn't muster a single word as you got pulling on the strap around his neck. His vision fills with red as your desire to take revenge overwhelms you. The strength in his hands weaken as Soul loses air. As soon as you felt something sharp, something painful, you looked down expecting to see your successful revenge through your classmate's soulless face, but the light remains in his eyes. Instead, it's filled with horror. You cough, blood seeping through your lips. You look further down and see a sharp blade through your chest. The object swiftly disappears after someone pulls it from your body, blood gushing out of your wound. You feel someone pushing you down. A pair of hands moves your body. You couldn't care less as you stare at the dusty ceiling of the worn-out shed and your vision slowly darkening. From the corner of your eye, you can make out the blurry figure of the man you've come to befriend the day before. A few droplets of something wet splatters your cheek. He's crying. Steph! Stay! No! No, 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 please! Stay with me. Need to pull it back, use it as a plug. Right? High thumb. Soul gets into an argument with the guy, a muffled screaming, reprimanding them. You can barely hear the person's response as they calmly speak with Soul. Keeping your eyes open is getting tiring. Breathing is getting tiring. With one last breath, you flutter your eyes closed. The last thing you hear are these exact words. No witnesses. Hugo. Oh. What if Hugo's the boy from the library? Oh my gosh. Okay, so how is everyone doing on that? Oh my gosh. Poor Crow, Pro MC, and Poor Soul too, exactly. Hugo is blue hair. Yeah, I was right on that one. That seems like a bit of a bad ending. Poor stuff, it really is. Alright, we saved Scum. You know what this means? We're going to load into the save files. I need to make sure I hydrate because we're going to do this. Alright. Oh. About Crow. By the way, the not safe for work build is definitely not just kissing going on there. So what you're telling me is that the not safe for work build, we get ourselves charged with a little public indecency. Or I guess you could say kissing the certain. Ah! I need it. Fucking need it. I need it yesterday. Okay. So you said because we kissed him. So let's hug him. You didn't feel as bad as before, but your vessel's not completely empty yet. Oh. This was 2. I want this to be known. When we kissed, this was like... Oh, no. Wait, was it at 2? Was it at 3? No. Did it go up? Am I gaslighting myself? Hold on. Yeah! It did go up! I'm not lying! Oh! Okay, we're gonna hug him. Somehow just looking at Crow and the comfort he brought you made you want to bask in it longer until you were sure you had no more tears left to shed. Leaning down once more, you bury your face into the crook of his neck, and his arms instinctively wrapped around you, his hug warm as soothing as he waits for you to gather your thoughts. I never realized that it went up by one there. Wonder if he was spying. I 1,000% believe he was spying, because how else would he know? How else would he know, Ray? Because we had a hickey. We had a fucking hickey. And he's saying that, like, oh, he took you away from me. He had to be spying. He had to be spying. Crow rubbed circles on your back, a silent way of telling you that he was there, you were not alone, and that he'd be there whenever you needed him. He didn't say a word, understanding that you needed silence more than anything right now. Oh gods, the view he's got in the not safe for work build. Whoops. Ray. You couldn't think of enough for always knowing what you needed. You have no idea exactly how long you remained in that brace while lying down on the grass, but you feel a lot better that you are ready to get back up on your feet. You pull away, meeting Crow's eyes that seem to ask after your well-being. Fixing his collar, he turns to you. Are you good to go? You could just read from that gaze. You nod slightly, as if only then Crow completely releases you from his embrace, helping you sit up before he dusts off the grass and sticks to his shirt. Well, then again, the thing still doesn't... Oh, don't do this to me. I already attempted to pay my taxes. I need a little pick-me-up. He gives you a once-over and gently swats away the leaves on your hair and clothes. You blink at him, he only smiles at you. You get up and Crow retrieves his bag, almost forgotten by the tree. He looks back and takes your hand silently. It was time to go. This time, the magical place, you looked at the stars and how brightly they shone. You gave the sky one last glance before turning away, hand clasped tightly around Crow's as you let him lead you home. Crow walks into your apartment, noting that he kept you out late at night. Okay, did anything change? And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love, and then to love, be loved by me, the one who loves. I was a child, she was a child. In this kingdom by the sea. I feel like this is different. The kingdom. The sun setting the horizon of the colors of the grassy field into the deep golden orange as the wind made some strands of your hair brush across your face. If you ever loved home, your ever-loved home, the tall grass, the fresh air, the various farm animals that you and your family raised since you were a mere child. This is different! This is different! Oh no. You can't even imagine what is happening before you right now as a group of people came while they talk with your father, your only family member left. You see the distress in your father's eyes as he tries his best to negotiate with the people before him. The desperation in his voice, the sweat running down his neck as he moves around his hand, gesturing this and that. Father, please just give me more time. I promise I can pay up. This is all that I have left. I don't know what else to do if we lose this farmland. We've given you enough chances, Mr. Things. If you don't pay up your debt, we'll take your land. The loud ringing of school bells rang across the hallway, making you jerk out of your thoughts. Students coming out of their classroom doors. You feel someone shaking you awake. You sat up and meet face to face with Crow. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. You let out a yawn, you rubbed your eyes, and then you looked around. Your fellow classmates are now gone from their seats, and it was lunchtime. What did I miss? Nothing important, though. If you're having doubts, I can lend you my notes afterwards. Thanks, Crow. You're a lifesaver. Anything for you, Steph. You recall a little dream you had. You quickly shake it off as you stretch, popping a few joints before you got up, out with your classroom with Crow in tow. You meet with your group of friends, seeing Daryl with Gio and Crow waiting by the lockers, Brittany coming along behind them, and Jess. You waved at them. Good noon to you all. Regards, Daryl. How was class? Boring and boring. So glad to be out of there. One more useless minor, and then I'll be out of here. Gio shrugged, a hand in his hoodie pocket while the other on his phone. We gotta at least do something about our major today, though, which I'm glad about. More papers, but it was at least something. Enough about papers. So what about the Halloween party? Any ideas for a fun costume yet? As they talked with each other, the corner of your eyes, you noticed a familiar figure. That's Hugo! No, that's not the person! Was it? It was Sol. He came out of the classroom with another person afterwards behind him, seeming bored of his mind. Safe scum. Not sparing the group a moment, you make your way to where Sol is. Almost instantly notices you by the visible smile making its way to his face. His companion notices this change in attitude and turns his attention to where you are. Hi there, you friends with Sunny? Oh, 'cause of Sol, got it. Sunny? Sunny! He pats Sol on the back, causing the taller male to jerk slightly forward. Sol gives him an irritated look, observing the way his face is slowly turning red. You know, because he says the sunshine, he's Sunny. You let out a small giggle, shifting your eyes towards Sol as he catches I cannot read right now. As he catches your gaze on his. Upon landing eye contact, Sol quickly averts his gaze from yours, holding up his hand as he tries his hardest to hide his face. Like a nickname? Yeah, Sunny loves the nickname I gave him, right, Sunny? Sol remains silent, still refusing to meet your gaze. That's adorable. For a moment, the three of you were silent before the shorter male speaks up once more. You sure have taste, Sunny. She's very pretty, like you said. A blush makes its way to your face. Scratching the back of your head, you bit the bottom of your lip as you let a small thank you. Anyway, nice to meet you. My name's Hugo. I'm Big Ol' Grumpy's best friend. Steph, a pleasure to meet you. He extends his hands for you to take, to which you merely accept, shaking it, and he puts it back to his side, a smile on his face as he did so. Then you hear a group of footsteps behind you. Hugo notices the group behind you as he raises his head to meet one of their gazes. There you are, Steph. You ran off just like that and I got worried. Are you with these people, Steph? Oh, that's right. Sorry for running off like that. Yeah. Sol, Hugo, these are my friends. You turned your body to face Crow and the others while your gaze is still fixed on the duo. Crow gives the two a smile and a wave. Daryl comes up, extending his hand for one of the two to take. Nice to meet you. I'm Daryl, and if you haven't heard, I'm the ace of our school's football club. He said with a smile. Hugo took his hand with a shake. Following up is Brittany as she stares with a hand on her hip while Jess is twiddling her fingers as she's stuck close to Brittany's side. How's it going? Hello? Between Brittany, Jess, and Daryl, it seems that the only tall jock is the most enthusiastic of all of them for this newfound friendship. I'm Hugo. I've heard about you, Daryl. Nice to meet you. Thankfully, Hugo returned the same energy as the jock. I'm Jericho, but people call me Crow. It's nice to meet your acquaintance. Crow also handed out his hand for Soul to shake. However, Soul didn't take it. There was a slight awkwardness in the air between the two males, making Crow slowly retrace his hand back. No way! The atmosphere between the two, however, was cut short. Hugo gave a loud gasp and marched towards Gio, who was way behind the group, a visible scowl on his face. Gio's eyes darkened as he tried to step back, but Hugo was quick on his feet as he engulfed the taller male in a hug. Oh no. I do not know that kanji. Tch. I didn't want to see your ugly face the entire day. No, the entire semester. But my luck seems to be slipping. Hey now, that's not a nice way to greet your brother. They're brothers?! No! No! It makes sense. I can see it. Like, looking at the characters. I see it now. Another loud gasp was heard. This time it came from Daryl. He points at Gio quite a bit dramatically. You have a brother? Oh, great. Another one. That's big brother to you. Okay, that answers the question. I was kind of curious who was the bigger brother there was going to be. Everyone's attention was now on the three of them. Brittany seemed seemingly amused by Gio's newfound dilemma. Crow just chuckled, while Jess just was surprised as well. Oh, right. Hugo started and finally letting go of Gio, and then said male cursing under his breath as he composed himself and fixed a new ruffled hair as he walked towards you. We were actually going up to the rooftop for lunch today. We were hoping that you would like to come with us. He says now that standing beside Soul looks at you with anticipation. You save scum. Oh, this is going to be... Okay, how do I want to do this? This is interesting. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do this. Because if we show Crow straight affection, he's going to get murdered. But I want to kind of... We're going to... Let's stay with the group. Let's try that out. You give Hugo a sad smile. I'd love to join you, Hugo, but I'd like to stay with them for today, if that's all right. Hugo gives you a sad smile of his own before nodding his head, failing to notice how one of Soul's eyes twitched. Oh, that's alright, Steph, but hit us up if you ever want to hang out, okay? You nod and he gave you an enthusiastic thumbs up. Before you could turn to Soul to apologize to him, Hugo quickly dragged him away. You notice how his strides were slow and hesitant as Hugo dragged him away. You shrugged before returning with Crow and the rest of the group. You inhale the familiar scent of fresh earth. A few leaves dance around the air, guided by the wind of autumn before you stand in the school's own greenhouse. The greenhouse where multiple heavy greens and colorful fauna grow. This place is unusually occupied by biology and botany students with the occasional science teacher watching over them. You worked a lot of odd jobs for the school to lessen your student loan expenses. Your duties ranged from being a janitor to a teacher's assistant, but none of your positions would last as long as you hoped for, because you'd always found yourself somehow getting in trouble for some sort of mess you made. You felt helpless until your advisor recommended a place in the greenhouse. With your background and knowledge related to plants, you thought maintaining the greenhouse was a perfect fit. You've been working here ever since. Oftentimes, you think you understand the layout of the place, that you practically know the area like the back of your hand, but every day you seem to discover a new corner that you've never seen before. Sometimes you're not even sure if it's within campus grounds anymore. It's probably because of the forest that outstretches beyond this area. Anyway, there's a large fence preventing you from crossing the border, so you never bother to explore further unless you really wanted to get in trouble or be accused of slacking off. For now, you wanted to show off to your group of friends the new discovery you made while on duty last week. There's a wild field of a large tree right behind the corner. It can make for a perfect shade for our little picnic. You exclaim, earning a look of approval from Brittany, almost as she's impressed. The rest of the cast follow behind you, and you lead them to your destination. You hear some gasps of awe behind you. Daryl chucks heartily in delight. Crow hums, feeling pleasant, and you hear Brittany saying, "Interesting!" They're clearly amazed at the field before them, and it fills with pride knowing that you are able to impress them. Well, come on, the field's great, especially to lie on. What? Let's see what we have here. Owie! Not yet. Brittany slaps Daryl's hand away from the basket before he could raid the whole thing, making him wince and pounce. Calm your ass down. You'll have your turn. At this point, I'll have to charge you for every time you hit me. Are you some sort of masochist? Daryl gives Gio a side eye, and Brittany shook her head while Jess just giggled. It was a cute little get-together that Brittany planned last night. She wanted to make a few sandwiches, so she prepared a lot of varieties. One of the baskets are a few Tupperwares with some of the sandwiches inside. The rest were eaten. Everyone got a fair share already, but now everyone is just minding their own business. Daryl's having the time of his life with his 2 sandwiches in both his hands. So he's double fisting those sandwiches. Got it. Brittany and Jess are talking. Gio goes a bit further away from the group, leaning on the bark of the tree, seemingly lost in thought. And Crow is nowhere to be seen. Interesting. Save scum. Oh. I wonder if it's a... So sometimes in visual novels, they have it where you can pick a choice and it doesn't really affect the story because it's things you have to know, versus in this options, it could be where it affects the story and the rest of the options are locked off. Let's try it with Gio because we already saved scum. You're quite hesitant to approach Gio at first. Or you always saw him as someone quite intimidating. More intimidating than Brittany. It's probably the way he carries himself. His towering height isn't helping either. And it seems like you've been staring at him for too long. He stopped chewing on a sandwich and gazes meets yours. You shiver. What do you want? I had questions. Hurry up and spit it out. You and Hugo know each other? His eyes twitched. You think you'd hit a sensitive nerve. I don't want to associate myself with him. Whatever he said back in the hallway, forget it. Is that so? If that's all what you have to say to me, then leave. Wait! Actually, I'm curious as to why do you hang out with us? I mean, I don't mean it in a bad way, it's just, I'm curious. You don't seem the type to... His piercing gaze made your voice die down. You cursed under your breath. Fuck, I think this is it for me. I get it. But you wouldn't understand. Leave me to my devices. Now. He demanded before wrapping a half-eaten sandwich he had in his hand before throwing it towards you. You caught it, nearly losing your balance. And give that to Daryl. I just lost my appetite. Gio crosses his arms and looking up at the sky, the chilly autumn breeze passing by him, making his long hair sway with his washy earrings. You take a look at the wrapped, half-eaten sandwich in your hand. I guess I'll never know. You sigh. Yeah, okay, so it is where you can get different stories. You turn back to Gio. He side-eyed you for a brief moment, but didn't say anything as he continued gazing at the sky. He seemed to be ignoring your presence. It's better you didn't disturb him. Okay. Daryl seems to be the least busy out of everyone. You approached his steadying figure as you took a seat in front of him, one sandwich gone from his hand as he munched on the other. He noticed you stop eating, tucking away the sandwich and placing all of his attention on you. Here. You took out the half-eaten sandwich you've gotten from Gio and handed it to him. He tilted his head to the side. You can't finish yours? It's from Gio. Really now? Not gonna lie, that's quite uncharacteristic of him. Usually he would have either finished it or thrown it away. Not that I'm complaining. Thanks, Steph. Daryl thanked you with a smile and took the half-eaten sandwich from your hands before tucking it away. You got something to ask of me? Different game. In a different game, I could see him being a wonderful love interest. Crow. What do you think about Crow? The mention of the blue-eyed friends of his, Daryl gives you a toothy grin as he wiggles his eyebrows. You want jits on your little crushie, don't you, Steph? Shut up! I admire him, okay? Daryl laughed and stopped his teasing, saving you further embarrassment. Crow is quite an individual. All I know is that he's the son of a very successful businesswoman in the city. Though I heard he doesn't have a great relationship with his family. What makes you say that? Daryl thought for a bit before judging his expression. He couldn't understand why either. I don't know either, Steph. You should ask Crow for that if you want to learn more. I see. Don't worry, Steph. I'm sure he'll do anything you ask for. He gives you a playful wink, and you roll your eyes, but give him a smile nonetheless. Thanks for answering my questions, Daryl. Anytime, Steph. You're one of us now, so open up a little bit. You got something to ask me, Steph? Oh, we can ask him about everyone. What are your thoughts on Gio? Daryl smiled as he leaned a bit forward. Now, Gio's my favorite guy, even though he's a bit of a meanie at times. What makes you stick to him Isn't he mean to you like you said? Daryl's smiles brightened as his eyes went soft. He side-eyed the man by the tree, whose arms crossed. Gio's attention was somewhere else. Does Daryl like Gio? Am I about to ship this? People are scared of him. It's probably because of his background. What about it? The thing is, no one really knows what his family does, other than the fact that they're super rich and they're highly involved in the founder of the city. People have seen him with his bodyguards, all rugged and tall and very intimidating. Heck, I even saw him with a huge katana on their backs. You shivered. Clearly, you didn't want to deal with them. But what makes you not scared, Daryl? I mean, you clearly know what his family and himself are capable of. You see, Steph, I'm not really scared of him. On the outside, he's stubborn and cruel, but on the inside, he's a really nice guy. Think of him like his lips pursed, thinking a bit, like a stubborn cat. You glance back at Gio one more time. You've seen the cat ears and the tails, alright? Now that you think about it, with this vision based on Daryl's declaration, Gio doesn't seem quite intimidating anymore. No, he doesn't. How cute. Then you hear a sigh from Daryl, and you return your attention to him, an elbow on his leg as he held his face in his hand. Which begs me to wonder how he ended up being in the lowest class with us. The low class? Hey, do we have things like that? Oh, you didn't know about the hierarchy stuff? You shook your head, and Daryl scratches the back of his head. Oh, damn, Steph, almost everyone knows about it. But I don't blame you, since no one really likes bringing that kind of subject up. I think either Crow or Jess would like to explain it to you. Just not Brittany. She gets riled up when it's mentioned. You nod in understanding, and Daryl gives you a smile. Anyway. Okay, so I think it's all of them that we would ask and then gets triggered. Interesting. Yeah, because there's no back button. I would want to know more about you, Daryl. Daryl rubbed the back of his head, quite embarrassed you thought about him. Well, aren't you a flatterer? Ahem. Where should I start? He thought for a while, his legs crossed while you waited for him to ponder. Well, I am the ace of my football club. I hate my coach, but don't tell him that. I love food, like lots of my favorites would be sweets. If you ever got Inyanya, smuggle me some. He says with a wink and a nudge. Other than that, I guess that's pretty much it. Jess? What do you think about Jess? He likes Jess! Never mind! Never mind! I was wrong! I apologize! At the mention of Jess's name, Daryl's whole face turned red as he started sweating. What about her? I don't know. I'd like you to tell me. Wah! Lee broke up with me! Hi, Toxic. What did my monkey brother do? I am so confused. Oh, what do you think about her? Daryl's cheeks just getting redder and redder. For a moment, his gaze turned toward Jess and Brittany room. He divorced me! Were you trying to be his Discord kitten? He has said no Discord kittens. He sighs as he looks away. No! Jess is the sweetest human being I've ever met. Oh? I mean, I'm here. Please tell me your woes, Toxic. But don't tell anyone. I trust you with this because Crow trusts you, okay? All right. I don't know what the big fuss is yet, but I promise I won't tell. You raise your hands in surrender. The taller jock deflated on the spot, his shoulder down along with his mood. But, yeah. She's sweet, she's pretty, she's cute. While some would make fun of me, she's always there to give me a pat on the back. He didn't respond to giving a Discord kitten rake in his server. Oh god. In the lemon hunt? Oh god, that's funny. You're killing me here. He groans, doubling over. His expression seems like he wants to throw up as he buries his face in his hands. I doubt she likes me back. You tilt your head, wondering why he thinks that. What makes you say that? I don't want to kill anyone! You won't kill anyone. The way she looks at Brittany. Don't you think that's the look of someone in love? At that, your eyes widen in surprise. You quickly turn your head to where the two girls were. Flashback to the pig I legit took minutes ago of me in the plate carrier. Oh, now we gotta message the monkey brother. Toxic is crying because you denied them their Discord kitten status. He will reply eventually. The eyes behind the transparent frames look like a fresh citrus oranges in summer. They were bright, and they were fresh for the picking for Brittany. I know because that's the same look I gave her when I first met her. And it's the same look I see on Crow when he looks at you. He twirled a loose strand from his bangs and looked away from the two girls and focused on your surprised figure. I hate it. But I love seeing that look on her face. I just wish it was on me, though. I'm sorry, Daryl. He chuckled a bit. It's alright. Maybe one day I'll confess just to get it off my chest. All I want to see her happy, even if it's not with me. Anyway, enough of this sad shift stuff. Brittany. We haven't asked about Brittany. Daryl gives you a proud smile. Brittany, she's my first friend back when I was new to the football team. You'd be surprised that she used to be the cheer squad despite her quite introverted. To anyone who doesn't know the context, this is an inside joke that I don't remember how it started, but now we joke about me being a Discord kitten. And the other part of that joke is Leet Monkey, who is my sworn monkey brother, and will be like, no Discord kittens! I will not have any Discord kittens. She was. Daryl's bright smile softened, a soft, gloomy look on it. He was trying so hard to hide, but it was failing. Yeah. She quit right after the big games frat party 2 years ago. That party was something else, since the higher class were allowed to be part of it. The following day, she suddenly quit. I don't know why. Oh no! Was Brittany assault? Oh, Brittany was probably raped. If she wasn't raped, the best case we can hope for is that they were some creepy perv. And they were just being a creepy perv. We can just hope at best. Not quite worth thinking about the past anyway. Daryl gives you a smile before nodding. God bless them. Speak to Brittany. Brittany was minding her own business, seemingly tapped away in her phone. You were kind of shy to come across any closer to her. Before you could turn and leave, however, she called out to you. She must have seen you from the corner of her eye. Oi! Steph, come here. Don't be a stranger now. You clearly wanted to talk. Let me guess. Were the sandwiches great? They were wonderful. She smiled at your response. I'm glad you liked them, Steph. Anyway, enough of my sandwiches. You have something to tell me? Have you seen Crow? Crow? I think I saw him go deeper in the gardens. Brittany said with a raise of her brows. Let me guess. You want to finally confess your undying feelings for him. What makes you think that? Wow. I'm not even sure who's denser. Him or you. Whatever. If you need him, he's probably in the greenhouse. Brittany gives you a thumbs up, mouthing a good luck. As if I'm confessing, you thought with a pout. Brittany just gives you a teasing smirk. Anyway, enough of that. You have something to tell me? Thoughts on Daryl. Brittany chuckled. You mean that meathead? He's an idiot. She says with a smile, and then she sighs. She shakes her head at the thought of tall drink. I don't want to play a game because I don't want to miss the game. Miss the game as in, like... Wait, Toxic, are you trying to imply, like, the game, like this old high school thing where if you know about the game, you've lost the game? Or are you talking about when you play a game and you finish it, you miss the feeling of playing the game, it being in that moment? Also, why is it the same menu systems for those itch games that shall not be named? Why is this the same thing? I'm talking about... Oh my god. I'm talking about if I don't know if I want to start the game so I don't miss it. Oh, okay. I don't miss stream. I gotcha. Toxic, do you know of Alien Stage? This is just gonna be Ray talking to everyone. Be like, do you know about Alien Stage? Do you know about our Lord and Savior Alien Stage? Do you know about the traumatic responses of Alien Stage? He's an idiot, but he's like a smart idiot. I'll give him that. He's like a brother to me. It just baffles me how he barely has any friends. How the school fails us all. She shakes the idea before returning her attention back to you. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, Christophile? Christophile. I am probably butchering that, and it's probably coming out worse. Brittany raised an eyebrow. It's like Markiplier, but Christophile. If it involves Markiplier, it's all great. But Christ... Don't tell me you got the hots for him. Nothing of the sort. What makes you think that? I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you do. You can see how his lockers often filled with multiple love letters and gifts from various people. I wouldn't be surprised. Is he that popular? A loner like him, he'd be surprised. Tall, mysterious, dangerous, everyone wants to flock to him like birds. But people are scared to get close to him. Even the next best thing they could do is just send him gifts. They'll never succeed, though. Is he somehow overwhelmed by the attention? Like, I've loved Darkiplier since he did his interactive date with Markiplier thing. So more Marker variants are always good. We need a Markiplier redacted game. I would not be surprised if there is a redacted game out there in the universe. Not really overwhelmed, more like he's uninterested. He either doesn't read the letters and tosses them, or he burns them. He burns them? That's so mean and a waste of gifts too. Brittany just laughed, her shoulders shaking. That's Geo for you. How do you know all of this? Brittany giggled before giving a wink as she pressed her manicure finger on her lips as to shush you. I know a lot of secrets. That's why my hair's so big. Anyway. Upon hearing her name, Jess' head turned to where we both were. That drawn character looks like every hub high school girl ever. Brittany dismissed her, telling her it was nothing for her to worry about before turning back to you. Jessie, she's my best friend. She smiled as she looked at the orange band on her wrist. My very best friend. The clothes anyway. Oh yeah, 1000%. When none of them were there to help me, she was there. That means Jess was at the party. Oh. You'd be surprised how confident and loud she is when she's mad. Oh. And her hair looks like had a wig put on extensions on the wig. Brittany chuckles a bit, as if reminiscing a fond memory. I owe it all to her to bring me back during those dark times. Oh no, Jess was there! But enough of the past. She stretches her limbs, letting out a few satisfying pops. She places her hand on the hip. I'll be cleaning a bit. I'll talk to you later, Steph. You don't want any help? No thanks. I appreciate the thought, though. You nodded as you stood up, leaving Brittany to attend to her own devices. Bro, I got jump scared by this stupid drumming monkey. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Jess was admiring the few orange leaves that slowly falling down the tree. With a slow descent of leaf catches her attention before gracefully catching it with her delicate fingers. She noticed you approaching her. She drops the leaf before giving her full attention to you. Yeah, Steph? What seems to be the problem? Oh, nothing really. Actually, I just wanted to talk to you and ask you a few questions. Then by all means, go ahead. I'll try my best to answer them. Jess's eyebrows furrowed as she shakes her head. I don't think I know where Crow is. Maybe you should ask for Brittany. Maybe she knows. You thanked her. Jess's shoulders started shaking at the mention of the tall, stoic individual. I hate to be one of those people, but he actually scares me. Have you seen how capable he is with the bow and arrow? It's a movie coming out this weekend, I think. Legit called The Monkey. That cannot be real. The Monkey. It is a legitimate one. When does this come out? It comes out this weekend. It's an up-and-coming American horror film based off the 1980s short story by Stephen King. Now, actually, is he really good at that? I only know that he's from the archery club. Leet needs to watch it. Good luck getting the monkey to go to the movies. Oh, you should definitely attend the sports event next year. Gio is going to compete And the higher classes will be there to determine if the students are worth bringing up. What's with all this monkey talk? Do you have a crush on Leet? No? Yes, but no? I think you've gone bananas. Another shiver went up her spine. Hi, Verb! She wrapped her arms around herself. A bad memory crosses her mind. You find him appealing, don't you? Whenever that happens, Geo somehow misses his target and nearly hits someone with an arrow. She reads everything like a narrator. It's awesome. Banana puns. Huh? What the fuck? Thankfully, it's only cut Guy's hair and nothing else. It was at this moment she knew she had fucked up. He got disqualified, sadly, but that was oddly enough for me not to mess with him. How is he not in jail? You try to whack up your brains for a reason. Why he's in school and not behind bars. However, Jess cuts you off before you can think any further. Enough of that. You have questions? Alright, so Daryl. A mention of Daryl, and Jace's face went bright. This is probably the first time you've seen her smile without shaking like a lost lamb. Oh, Daryl, he's an amazing friend. He keeps me safe, and I owe it to him. I owe him quite a lot. Give me crayons. I'm hungry. I don't have crayons. I'm so sorry. Though I do feel bad for him most of the time. Brittany and Geo tease him way too much. Jess chuckled, looking at the jock sitting under the tree before returning back to you. He's the funny guy. I remember back when I made the mistake of giving him a bowl filled with candy last Halloween. And did he tell me he did tell me he likes sweets, but what's wrong with giving him candy? That I don't have crayons? Yeah, I have color pencils, I have paint, but I don't have crayons. Well, he gets a sugar rush pretty quickly and then gets super hyper. Brittany tried so hard in calming him down. Can you imagine a 6-foot-tall jockey going around like a playful puppy? I bet Brittany didn't have a fun time. Just nodded with a closed smile at you. Also, did they say archery? Yeah, they said archery. Let's go with this drink. I still need to upgrade my bow. What do you think about Brittany? Oh, she does have a crush on Brittany. No. Upon mentioning the Garu's name, Brittany's head turned, and the both of you, she didn't say anything but raised a brow as she tilted her head to the side. The draw weight is too low. It's been the same for years. I'm not a fan of crayons. They don't taste like they're named. No stars. Don't recommend. I have a metal. By the way, there is a relationship dynamic is messy as in Alien Stage 2. Clay is my favorite one. Oh, is this also going to be a doomed relationship? You called for me? You called for me? Nothing, Britt. Jess quickly shooed her best friend away. Brittany shrugged before continuing on with her own business. Jess lets out a sigh of relief as a small tint of red raises to her cheeks. Jess looked down on her skirt, fiddling with the pink wristband on her. Oh, they have matching bracelets! Oh, no! Britt, she's my best friend. My very best friend. And I would do anything to see her happy again. She pushes back her glasses and looked at you. And there you saw the sparkles. Her smile is as soft as you can tell. Tennis or hot dogs? Hot dogs, because it's getting close to lunchtime. Jess, do you like Brittany? She hesitates before looking down, nodding as she did, still fiddling with her pink wristband. Promise not to tell? I promise. Thank you, Steph. This will just be between the two of us. Besides, she gives you a big smile. I'll keep your oh-so-secret crush towards Crow a secret, too. She giggled as surprised at the mention of Crow. You rubbed the back of your head as you pouted. It was wonderful talking to you, Steph. You should hang out with us more. And with that, she gives you a wave goodbye. You pretty much talked to everyone here, and they all seem to be busying themselves. Never mind, they don't get it. Okay. You look around the garden before moving in deeper into the red autumn wonderland. You keep moving forward, but you were greeted by the greenhouse. Though the transparent glass you spot a familiar head of brown, you went inside the greenhouse and saw Crow go through each plant and flower, analyzing each delicate leaf and petal. Noticing he's not alone, he turned to where you were and smiled. Oh, there you are, Steph. What brings you here? I would say the same thing to you. The menu is the same as every itch visual novel. Be unique, devs. Well, I haven't really explored this place properly before, so why not take the chance? You've never been here? Crow shakes his head. Never got the time to visit. Crow chuckles. You meet his gaze and he gives you a soft smile. His gaze lingers on before going on, and then he found something that caught his attention. Ah, but Rempe is so comfy, cozy. Now this is pretty looking flora. What do you think it is? You look at the brush of the flowers wilted in the purple flowers, their petals thin as a showcase full bloom. This is a passion flower. I'm gonna look this up right now because I know it's gonna come up. Passion flower. I am looking this up what it means. So it looks like it's supposed to help you calm. Passion flower, meaning in flowers. I only played the reactive one, so I thought it was the thing for being freaky, but not normal. Also, if I want a book, I'd read a real book. Currently, I am struggled to finishing my own book. Oh, okay. So, the symbolism of passion flower. The passion flower is known in Spanish as la flor de las cinco lágrimas, or the flower with the 5 runes. Ooh, La flor de las cinco lágrimas. Wow. The flower with the 5 wounds. That's all I can find. Like, there's like the Jesus Christ meaning, but it's basically the flower. They said to be useful for calming libidos, cooling relationships, and cultivating platonic. Okay, that's what we've got the meaning so far for it. Fascinating. Tell me more about it. Well, it's climbing vine plant. Usually its colors are purple and white. Once it blooms, passion fruits will bear itself. Usually a volunteer will come and harvest the fruits. That sounds interesting, Steph. But that's a scientific way to describe the flower. How about its meaning? You tilt your head to the side. What do you mean? How do I say this? He places a hand under his chin. In astrology, each star has a meaning behind it. The same goes with gemstones, like your birthstone. Flowers have those as well, correct? Huh, I never thought of it. Crow gives you a cheeky smile. It's interesting. Passion flowers symbolize hope and growth. I love seeing this hopeful look on people. He says that as he looks at the flower before you both. Hope. Something the city needs. I want to get rid of the hierarchy. Daryl mentioned something about that. Actually, everyone did, but how come I've never heard of it? What is it about? I never got to explain it to you, huh? I guess now's the perfect time, since they're quite active in interacting with us lower class again. He looks out. Our school, Olympus University, has 2 buildings with 2 different classes. One is where we are at the moment, the lower class, while around the northern part of the city is where the higher classes are. Their education is 10 times better, the facilities are better, and the students are way out of our leagues. He hesitates a bit in voicing his thoughts of the students in the higher class. Though I highly doubt that. He added, his eyes narrowed. The lower class? The hierarchy. Save scum. Crow lets out a sad laugh. The system is kinda, if you feel it, you feel it thing. You don't really feel it, much less see it unless you've been at its mercy. It's a dog-eat-dog word out there, Steph. You'll never know who is the next victim. A soft, sad smile made its way to his face, which is why I strive to protect you. Calling it lower class is kind of a... There is a uniquer way of doing it, but it requires extra coding, a lot of menus and UIs. It's just easier to keep more defaults, I think. Calling it lower class is kind of low in my opinion. I'll call them villagers, humble people. They're either really kind or too busy to bother. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. Well, not all. Failed students of the higher class often end up here with us. And well, they don't really take it well. Which explains the bully situation. Crow's brows slanted downwards, disgusted by the idea the fact that he can't do anything is irritating him. How come no one tried to file a report or anything? People tried. I tried. We tried. But unless you have either the money or a higher reputation, heck, even both, they won't bother to listen. Crow sighs. Which is why some students try their hardest to get up in the ranks, to be part of the higher class. All of that just to be respected? Crow didn't say anything to you but a nod. Both of those sound so... You were left with your thought to process what Crow told you about the newfound information. This probably explains the bullying and how the school is handled. Your position in the city is just a second priority. Heck, maybe not even a priority at all. That means if I ever want to help keep my family's farm up, I have to make it up there? Crow nodded before continuing. Once you're up there, you'll have a better life. You'll be respected. You'll be rich. People will do as you tell them. That's messed up. Do people ever protest? Crow, however, did not answer, as if scared that someone would hear him. He remained quiet, only giving you a look that probably said that things did not go well. He refused to ask for more elaboration. That reminds me, Steph. Crow starts. You never told me how or why you chose this university. Your family owns a farm, correct? You bit your lip as though at the thoughts of home. We do, but I wouldn't say we're doing well. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay, really. It's just my burden to carry, not yours. And I'm going to work hard for it. Anything? I'll do anything. Your eyes widen at the words that the well-dressed man said. No! I refuse! You're not taking this farm, my home! You cut your father's words off, marching towards the tall man with the loud and heavy footsteps. The tall man, however, raised a brow at you, raising his hand to halt his men. The deep magenta in his eyes then looked straight into your eyes. It sent a chill down your spine. Whoa, a bit feisty. Now that this is our first time meeting, right? Let me introduce myself first. I can't, his name is redacted. But you may call me Mr. Z. As for our little agenda, how about this, little lamb? If you manage to pay off your debt for the next 5 years, I'll let you off the hook. Let you keep your land. 5 years, you can handle that. Maybe working 3 jobs would do it for you. He tuts, waving a finger in front of your face. He looks down at you, reminding you of your place, a mischievous smile appearing on his handsome features. But I have some conditions for you to meet. You went silent. Your heart starts pounding in your chest as you keep contact with his sharp magenta orbs. I want you to stay in the city. The city? But we can't even afford to take her to college. What more, moving in the city? Your father interrupts this man mid-sentence. The man merely gives your father a side glance, making the old man freeze in his feet before returning his gaze back to you. No need to worry. She'll be under my jurisdiction, of course. I'll provide for her education and her accommodations. Suddenly he burst into laughter, throwing his head back a bit, just as he heard a very funny joke. See? I'm not that cruel. Wouldn't you agree, Steph? But just like I said before, I want you to pay off your debt. Land doesn't come in cheap, darling. And I've been very patient with how long this land's payment has been postponed. Jesus, that was a close-up. A sudden jerk of your collar made your heart jump, and his face were mere inches away from yours, his brow furrowed and angered and filled with spite. Steph? What is that? Not one step, old man. He screams at your father, not sparing him a glance as he kept his hold on your collar. You clawed your hands away, but to no avail, sealing that you're losing more than the air you struggle. Listen here, punk. I don't care what kind of method you're going to do in order to make money. A dark smile appeared on his face, and it sent a shiver down your spine. Being a good citizen, getting a part-time job like the rest of the world, or whore yourself out in strip clubs. Legal or illegal. I don't fucking care. As long as you reach the amount. If not, well, you can say goodbye to your little farmland. He says that, but there was a gleam in his eyes that was telling you that that's not all. Letting go of your collar, he steps back greedily, taking the air, lost tears making your way towards your eyes, threatening to stop. So, little fawn, what's it going to be? He bit the bottom of your lip, and you took to look at your father's. His eyes were clearly telling you to decline. You didn't want to comply with this man's words, much less take his offer. You think you might be thrown another form of debt of letting him fund you to the city. There was something about this man that screams dangerous. But you're too desperate not to lose your home. Your only home. Tick-tock, sweet thing, I haven't got all day. This man's gaze still fixed on you, waiting for your answer. Do you accept? But you're nearing the end of the school year, and you can't afford to go back again. Not with this debt. Credit alone isn't enough to cut it. Whenever you think about it, you keep seeing the tall man, ever so sharp, magenta's eyes burning into you. It leaves a bad taste in your mouth and a stinking feeling in your chest. Your heart ached as you stared back to Crow's own Azu's eyes. Are you right there, Steph? You zoned out for a bit. If I get to be part of the higher class, then I have a better chance at life, right? Crow was surprised at your sudden enthusiasm, but nodded regardless. That's right. As you give Crow a reassuring smile, you clenched your fist. Then I'll work hard to show this higher class that I'm worthy of their time. Crow chuckles and nods, and you know that he's got your back. Then Crow raised his hands and tucked a loose strand behind your ear. You sense him placing something soft, and you reach to touch what felt like petals. That looks good on you. What is it? Crow then leads you to a nearby pond, and you look and you saw your reflection. On your hair is a red carnation. Red carnations, flower meaning. Deep love, affection, passion, and distinction. Aw, he's kind of declaring his love in a weird way. Oh, I didn't know carnations grow here. Crow only chuckled, fixing the flower in your hair. Then Crow was silent, basking in your presence. His expression then went dim as something was bothering him. You took notice, of course. Is something the matter, Crow? He blinked once, twice. He averted his gaze, a bit hesitant to speak up. You grabbed his hand to reassure him that that's fine. He's such an adorable dork, worried about ruining the friendship, but having so much feels. Oh, I really like him so much. But if I kiss him, I kill him, and I don't want to kill him. He sighs as he speaks. Your friend. My friend, the tall green one. What are your thoughts on him? Soul? Who knows? Maybe he'll be finally in the game. No idea, but I know this is only the demo. Oh my gosh. This is only the demo. I want the full game out. I want an ending with him, but I'm scared. He's safe scum. He's nothing more than a classmate. Crow's eyebrows raised. Is that so? I know, right? That's just me too. I wish I could calm asleep, just wait till the stuff is done, and then I can consume. There's so many good things that are out there. And sometimes I wish I had all the energy to be like, let me consume all of this. Nom, 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 nom. But I don't want to burn out the creators as well. But this is so good. Oh. Yeah, besides, he's my partner for an art class, so I basically stuck with him till the projects are done. I see. Crow nodded. He didn't say anything afterwards, however, his gaze was afar, pondering something before shaking it off from his mind. Crow looks around for a while, basking in the various beauties of the fauna. What do you think the carnations mean? You tilt your head, making sure the flower doesn't fall off your head, as Crow continued with his talk. Passion flower means hope, while carnations mean... I can't seem to remember. What do you think it means? You thought for a while, knowing some carnations could be found in bouquets. Well, it has to be something romantic. They're often a perfect gift to a family and loved ones. Is that so? I might have to look what it means then. This little cheeky shit! This cheeky shit! He knows what it means. He fucking knows what it means. Your eyes meet his, and for a moment his gaze lingered. Were his eyes always this blue? You've never really noticed before. The way his lashes flutter and touch his cheeks when he blinks, his plump lips always glistening whenever the sunlight hits him. His eyes went half-lidded as he leaned over and closer, as in a trance. Your eyes slowly started to close. Safe, scum. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna lean in. As if you lost control of your body and started moving on its own, you leaned closer as well. Your eyes closed, feeling his breath near your own lips as he draws closer and closer. Ah! Fuck! We got blue balled! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Your eyes pop open and you quickly backed away. Crow backed away as well. He waved to Brittany, and Brittany just raised a brow at both of you before shrugging off and leaving the greenhouse. Crow sighed, seemingly disappointed before giving you his hand for you to take. We should get going. You pounded at the moment ruined before accepting his extended hand and left the greenhouse with Crow. You and the rest of the group went back inside the campus. Everyone already went to their respective classes. I'm gonna head back first. I'll see you in the classroom, Steph. Of course. Crow didn't walk away yet. He stood there for a while, contemplating something before shaking his head and walking away, attentive head touching the tips of his ears as he walked. Just by the corner of your eyes, you spotted two familiar-looking individuals. It was Sol and Hugo. Sol noticed you first and went to you, a noticeable skip in his steps. Steph! Hey, Sol. Hey, Hugo. Are you both heading to your next class? Hugo laughed, a hand on his chest, as if you told him a very funny joke. Actually, I have a better idea. Let's skip class. Skip class? That'll be fun. Sol here has been meaning to ask you out. Sol gave Hugo a punch on his ribs, making his shorter mouth choke on the words he was supposed to say as he doubled over and clutched his stomach. Let's ditch. Hugo gave him a glare. Sol ignored him as he anticipated your answer. Hanging out these two sounded fun, but you remember your next class was with Crow. Oh, no. Maybe you can. Save, scum. I'm going to attend class with Crow. I might regret this. I'm sorry, I can't bear to skip on the second day. Sol didn't say anything as his shoulders slumped, indicating his obvious disappointment. But there was something else in the dullness of his eyes. You were interrupted by Hugo. That's alright, Steph, but promise you'll hang out with us eventually. On a weekend, then, I'm sure. Wait. Soul spoke, making you and Hugo look at him. Can I at least take you to your next class? He asked as there was a hint of desperation within the reddish-orange eyes. Every time they say the color of the eyes, I'm just like, I have reddish-orange eyes. Oh no. You didn't see what the problem with it, so you agreed. Well, I'll see you at the usual, Soul. Hugo waved the both of you off before walking off. Let's go, shall we? Soul nods as you walk along, Soul following beside you. You and Soul walk through the hallway towards your next classroom. You couldn't help but check on Soul. He seems nervous. You look down and see that his hand is shaking. Oh no. Save scum. This feels like it's got a hint of NTR in this. Oh my gosh. Just the slightest hint of NTR. I'm gonna keep walking. I'm gonna play Oblivious. I don't know nothing until it's brought out. You didn't bother with him anymore as you kept walking. His shaking hand eventually was shoved in his pocket as you both resumed to walk. You finally reached the front of your classroom door, and you peeked inside through the door's window and saw Crow in his usual seat already. You turned your attention back to Soul. Just then your classroom door opened and there stood Crow. Oh boy, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Let's measure my heartbeat for a second. I'm nervous at this. His eyes perked up upon seeing you. There you are, Steph, just in time for the next class too. 73. Okay. Just And you notice Soul's presence beside you. His eyebrow perked up as he gave the tall student a small, soft smile. And hello there, Soul. What brings you here? Soul, however, was silent, his gaze dark before responding. Just escorting Steph. That's so really sweet of you to do, Soul. Crow really didn't mind the male any longer before returning his attention back to you. You probably should get in. The professor's coming any time now. Oh, right. Thanks again, Soul, for coming with me. You entered your classroom along with Crow, failing to see Soul's ever-darkening gaze as his fist clenched, drawing blood. I'm so nervous! He stares at the door, moving aside as he leaned on the wall right beside the door. Soul looked down to stare at his palm. Soul's right eye twitched, looking at the broken skin on his palm. The light in his eyes was gone. He raised his palm and licked the blood away. Ichabod? It's always been you. I should have dealt with him years ago. Do they know each other? What's their past? You go to your usual seat. Crow takes his usual seat by the window in front of your own seat, waiting for the classroom to settle down as your professor comes in. All right, class, settle down. You better not turn in upcoming papers if you don't want to end up having no grades on your cards. And that means your professor slams down his thin notebooks in a loud slapping enough through the echo of the room. You won't be able to graduate. And don't even think about making it to the higher class within a weak mindset. Now for today's task, I would like you to all think of a short story based on any type of literature. Bonus points if you can source out where you got your inspiration along with the references. I'll be checking those the most. You hear a few whispers from your classmates as they talk with each other. Unfortunately for them, the professor notices them and he slams his thin notebook again on his desk, making some of you jolt from your seats. Now, I can allow you all to head to the library to do your research or stay here and brainstorm. You may begin. Crow stands up from his seat, gathering his things, and then turning towards you. I'm going to the library. Would you like to join me? You give him a nod, earning a smile from him as he makes his way towards the exit. Crow waits for you as you gather your things before leaving the classroom and into the library. Unlike lunchtime, where everyone is free, the library contains only a few students, some either doing their student duties while others are doing their own research. Same spot then? Oh no. Oh no, I'm so nervous now. You read my mind. Of course, it's one of our favorite spots. With a smile on his face, he makes his way towards your favorite table near the window and settles down. Meanwhile, you make your way towards the tall bookshelf, scanning through each spine of the book, and you try to look for something that might catch your interest. Oh no, oh no. Minutes pass and nothing seems to catch your fancy. You sighed upon realizing this predicament. Giving up, you decide to pick up the closest book and hope for the best, that it's decent enough for your paper. Feeling a thick book, you pull it out, and nearly dropping it. It's heavy? Regaining your balance, you held onto the thick of the book properly and finally checked the title of this massive tome. The Biography of Marie Antoinette. Your eyebrows raise in mad curiosity. This might actually work. You flip it open and you are met with a very well-drawn portrait of a very prestigious-looking woman. Flipping through more pages, your eyes land on a drawn figure of the same woman, but her kneeled before a guillotine. Quite a spoiler if you read through the text below the illustration. The execution. Such a gruesome end, you thought. Dealing with this book, you tuck it under your arm for safekeeping. You decide one last time around the bookshelf, maybe finding something else of the same genre. You notice a particular book sticking out at the very edge of the bookshelf. It was a bit worn out and dirty. You're kind of wondering how it ended up there. You inch a bit closer. The spine didn't have anything on it besides a few worn edges, bent and littered with dust. You get on your tippy toes as you reach to grab the book. However, the moment you grab and pull it out, the bookshelf starts wobbling and you immediately stopped. Save scum. I'm gonna keep praying it out. With determination, you held onto the shelf, making sure it won't wobble as you take further grasp of the worn book. Come here, you! I got it! Whoa! The bookshelf wobbles from the force of pulling the lone book, threatening to push you down, making your heartbeat quicken from the sheer thought of getting crushed under the tall shelves. You quickly held out your arms as wide as you rebalance the shelf, hoping enough to stop it from shaking. A few books fall then, making you wince. But you successfully stapled the shelf. You let out a breath you didn't realize you were holding. Hope no one heard that. Anyway, what's that's so stuck on the damn thing? You flip open the cover only to see blank pages. No author whatsoever, save the paper, the edges of a little bit yellow from age. The dust isn't helping either. You went through a few more pages, and then you finally get to see some printed words on it. The various tortures and executions of medieval times. How the fuck did this end up in a school library? Then again, I might be able to get some material out of this. You shrug, closing the book. You tucked it under your arm with a large biography book and left the area, returning to where Crow was settled. Welcome back, Steph. Have you found anything useful for your paper? It took a while. Nothing caught my eye except from the books, but this one. You raise a large book and show it to Crow. The Queen herself. That's pretty interesting. What kind of paper are you going to make out of it? I was thinking maybe about how a tyrant royal turned good, but it was punished regardless of her actions. How does that sound? Crow was silent for a few seconds, making you tilt your head. Maybe he didn't hear you correctly? You okay there, Crow? That actually sounds nice, Steph. Can I ask what's the inspiration? Oh, well, I couldn't stop thinking about our conversation back in the greenhouse. So maybe I could base some things here. Is that so? That's very smart of you, Steph. Why, thank you. You did a little bow, tipping your imaginary hat as you did. Crow chuckles at your silly gesture before the two of you settle down on your seats. You skim through the books, taking a few notes here and there, important bits you could use. Feeling your wrist aching a bit, you stop scribbling and stretch out your arms. A few squeaks of satisfaction escaping your lips, and you can feel the effects of your stretch. At the corner of your eyes, you notice how Crow's eyebrows tend to furrow as he goes through his books. You can feel his legs shaking from underneath the table. The occasional tapping of his pen fills the quiet library. You take a peek at supposedly report paper, expecting a few words written on it. Instead, you're met with a blank sheet, devoid of words, or even a droplet of ink. You're starting to worry. He seems restless about something. Crow? Upon hearing your voice, Crow's legs stop shaking as he turns to face you. You can see the way his expression relaxed, but the lingering feeling of uneasiness never fading, a drop of sweat rolling down from his temple. He's trying so hard to keep a calm face. Yeah, Steph, is something the matter? Are you alright? You barely wrote down anything, and you seem nervous. Is something bothering you? Forcing a smile, he tilts his head to the side as he didn't understand what you're concerned about. A soft smile formed on his lips, giving you a false sense of security. Yes. Wait, what? I'm fine. Then he went silent, his eyes turning to stare down the blank sheet of paper. Oh, what happens when we get to 10? His silence is quite suffocating. The air is a bit awkward now. Your will to write dissipates and replaced by your own concern over the mail beside you. Say, I've got a bit of scenario for you to play along with, Steph. Huh? Crow's previous gloomy attitude was replaced by a playful tone, facing his body towards you with his pen set down, discarding his thoughts from the paper. His sudden change in demeanor caught you by surprise, but he did not spare you a moment to question as he raised a finger. Imagine yourself living in the same time as the Queen, and that you were given the chance to actually befriend her, even though you came from nothing. You often question how you managed to befriend the Queen herself. She's been nothing but kind to you, often inviting you to her parties and giving you the fanciest gifts, ranges from dresses to jewelries. Now here comes my first question. What do you think of the Queen? Safe, scum. I think nothing of her. She's a friend. Well, honestly, I see her as a friend. She clearly sees me as one. Sure, I'd be a bit embarrassed from the amount of gifts she's given me. But if I was in that situation, I'd be thankful and probably say that her friendship is enough and no amount of physical goods can measure the gratitude I am feeling towards her. Crow was silent, but all but your answered, and a smile broke free in his face, stretching from his cheek. His smile grew wider towards you. I'm really nervous about what we're going to when it happens when we hit 10. Such a noble response. Expected from you, Steph. What is that supposed to mean? You pout, crossing your arms in the process. Crow merely chuckles. Then you can feel his hand brush against yours, squeezing your hand in the process. You swear you can feel your face heating up. Oh, but this scenario isn't over yet. It's not? Nope, here's a follow-up question. He sits up properly, removing his hand on yours as you anticipate his next words. Crow takes a deep breath, almost contemplating on his next words before speaking. What if one day you decide to go out of her palace, wanting either to do groceries or even visit your family? And there you see a group of people. They're all mad, each throwing one profanity to another. Upon coming closer, it was about the queen. You decide to come closer in their heated debate, and the loudest one, a farmer, loudly proclaims how the queen betrayed them. How the queen is nothing but a greedy higher-up, using the commoners' hard-working labor for her to throw parties and leaving them starving. The other side speaking up, a woman saying that the farmer is wrong, that the queen has been nothing but good to them, providing enough gold and food to keep them afloat. A child came and held onto the woman's leg, confirming her words. If it weren't for the queen, the children would not have homes. Then you soon realize that they're a group of nuns, and behind them is an orphanage, a few children peeking through the windows as they try to comprehend what is going on and why is they're screaming. Having enough of the fight, you return to the queen's castle. But just then, when you thought you escaped the circulating argument about the queen, you hear a few whispers from the nobles along the hallway. The queen is nothing but a fraud. She is nothing but a selfish bitch. She's doing nothing but bringing misery to the people around her. She doesn't fit to be a noble. That's pretty odd, isn't it? That's the same group of nobles that the queen helped and tried to stop war from raging. Why are they talking about her? Is there something you aren't aware of the queen? Or are they doing it out of pure hatred? He opens his eyes, and the light still absent with his blue orbs as he focuses his gaze on yours. He leans a bit back, his form straight and firm. Now, here's where you come in, Steph. Which side do you believe in? The queen who has been nothing but kind to you? Or the rumors circulating around her being a neglectful noble and a selfish woman? A tyrant. He says the word tyrant with so much venom that he spat it out like poison in his teeth. You thought long and hard about this scenario, multiple thoughts swirling in your head. This all seems complicated. Take your time. It's fine for you not to respond. Just tell me. But I'd love to hear your answer. I still believe in the queen. But I believe in safe scums. I am so nervous now that we're at 10. You do? I do. Even if the rumors say that she's a bad person. Even if she's the cause of so many people suffering under her regime. That's the loophole. It's just baseless rumors. If I want the truth, isn't it better to ask straight from the queen? If she's aware that she's causing people so much suffering, then I'd rather take it, knowing that she was aware and proceeds to be honest with me rather than lie to me. For a moment, Crow was silent, his hands nestled on his lap. He couldn't see them, but you took notice of the way his shoulders trembled, his eyes gleaming. Is he about to cry? Oh God, I didn't mean to. Crow, I'm so sorry. You're too trusting. You know that stuff. That could attract potential danger. What did you just told me, and I'm just answering your scenario. His playful demeanor came back as if he did not just make up the most gut-wrenching scenario known to man. He laughs, holding his chest as he wipes a stray tear away from the corner of his eye. What was the sudden scenario anyway? I just thought it'd be a good idea for my paper. Am I right? You have to admit it was a good idea and probably could entertain your teacher for quite a bit. I can't believe you let me go through all that brain exercise just for the silly paper vars. Well, better get writing stuff. We're almost running out of time. What? What about you? Your paper's still blank. I could make up that silly scenario, and then I could absolutely make up another one on a whim. Plus, your response is enough to fill my little writer's block, so I'd like to thank you for helping me. Oh, you're so good when it comes to writing stories, Crow. You should be a writer. I'll think about your suggestion. Stretching out your arms, letting out a sigh of relief, looking at your paper that you've made as you skim through it one more time. You were too caught up with the conversation with Crow, but you nearly forgot about the warm book you brought along. You picked it up and started flipping through the first pages. Torture devices, execution devices. Why the fuck are you reading this again? Oh my gosh. You turn to another page, and on it is a well sketch of a tall, bulk man. Half of his face is covered with a hood, while a large axe is settled behind him. His arms are filled with scars, while around his neck is a chained collar. He looks like the killers you often see in slasher films. Underneath the illustration, it reads Executioner. We're going to die, aren't we? Some executioners were feared by the public while the rest respected them, but mostly people shunned them for their field of work. The old times were sure brutal. You murder under your breath. Closing the book, you then stacked it upon the other books you and Crow borrowed. Handing your paper to Crow, he gladly accepts it and stacks it on top with his own paper. Shall we head back? You nod along after finishing stacking the books you borrowed for the librarian or her assistants to get. I can't wait for the day to end. I'm nervous about the day ending. Same here. Crow chuckles as you and him left the library. The day eventually came to an end. A few rays of sunset light shine through the hallways as you and Crow walk through the hallway. Do you have anything else to do today, Steph? Well, I have a quick grocery trip before I go home. Oh, well, in that case, would you mind me accompanying you? Really? It's fine if you don't have any other things to do. Like look for Brittany and the others. Not really. Besides, Daryl has after-class practice, the same with you. As for Brittany and Jess, they're catching up on their business proposal. But don't you also need to catch up? I can do that tomorrow. I'd like to spend the rest of the day with you, Steph. Your voice got caught up in your throat, and you can feel your face heating up. Stupid Crow, stupid feelings. All right, then. Crow lets out a small cheer, kind of like a mini jump from that game with an Italian plumber. It made you giggle. Yahoo! Without wasting much time, you and Crow head out of the school campus. I am so nervous. I am so nervous. I don't think I'll understand. I don't want Crow to die. The sun slowly sets on the horizon after you and Crow finish buying up the groceries. Crow offered to carry your bags and walk you home all the way back to your apartment, just like the day before. We should do this every day. But don't you live on the other side of the city? Nothing wrong with that. Plus, my place isn't that far from the school anyway. So walking to your apartment and back is nothing to me. Don't tell me you're the kind of person who would travel from one city to another while saying it's walkable. Crow laughs, shrugging his shoulders as to say, maybe. I love walking, especially during the night, and most especially when the stars are out. Baby boy, I'm nervous for you. I want you to still be around. I kind of agree with that. You stare at him up and down, your eyes often lingering on his hand, the temptation of holding on to his gnawing at you, making you fidgety. This doesn't come unnoticed by Crow, as he gradually slows down until it comes to a stop, settling down the groceries. You stopped as well, raising a brow in concern as he looked at you with keen eyes. Do you feel cold? No, what makes you think that? Without much of a warning, he takes both of your cold hands, cupping them in between his large ones as he begins blowing on them. His warm breath is easing your cold fingertips. Your hands are now warm, but they couldn't compare to the heat of your face reaching the tips of your ears. You kept shivering, so I thought I'd warm you up a bit. I'm sorry I don't have a jacket. I doubt my vest could do much to help. It's alright, Crow. You don't need to. Your face is all red. Are you cold? Do you want to hold my hand during our walk? Yes, I do. But oh no. Oh no. If kissing you got you killed, what is holding hands in public going to do to you? Let him hold you. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. Did that change? Okay. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Oh no. A branching path bid? It might not always be death, but I didn't do a lot of the crow stuff, so I don't know. Oh my gosh. This is at 0. This is fucking at 0. This is fucking at 0. Oh no. I am panicking. I am worried for him. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's go back to this. You hang your head down, too flustered to utter a single word. Your request to caught up in your throat as your silentness overwhelms you. Rather, you stared at Crow's large hands wrapped around yours, not pulling away nor protesting against it. Crow noticed your averted eyes, your shy demeanor causing his lips to quirk up in a gentle smile. He almost chuckled when he realized how your eyes fixated on your joint hands. Feeling his right hand, Crow picks up the groceries back up. His left hand closes around yours, holding it firmly but gently. You swear he gave you a little squeeze as he tugs you along. Continue on your walk. Oh god, I am nervous. I am nerves. Oh my god. Drip. Huh? Drop. That's odd. Something the matter? I kind of feel something dripping on me. Oh, fuck. Okay. This is fine. Okay, it's rain. Oh my gosh, it's rain. Oh my god, I was freaking out. What seems to be a soft drizzle suddenly turned into a wild downpour. You and Crow made a run for it, trying your best to keep yourselves as dry as Crow shielded your groceries from getting wet. Thankfully, the side of your apartment complex came into view for a few feet away. A relieved sigh escaped you past your lips. You turned to Crow, who was doing everything he could keep your bag dry, not even caring about the rain droplets rolling down the cheeks or his damp hair that clung to his face. Are we getting wet hair, Crow? Please give me wet hair, Crow. Please give me wet hair, Crow. Just a few more steps, Crow. We're almost there. You ran up the road, hearing Crow's heavy footsteps falling behind you. All of a sudden, Crow stops. His head turns to the bushes, his eyes growing wide as he opened his mouth in a near gasp. Crow, what's wrong? Oh! One sec. These groceries. Let's get these groceries you need to a cover. Huh? Crow hastily shoves your semi-damp plastic bags towards you, your arm suddenly carrying the weight of your groceries. You blinked a few times in confusion. Crow? Whoa! Without much warning, Crow lifts you off the ground. With one of his arms wrapped around your shoulder and the other under your knees, he hoists you up. The shock from your feet leaving the pavement floor caused you to shriek as you clung to Crow's neck, feeling his damp body pressed against yours. Jericho, what on earth? Crow runs up to your apartment, carrying you like your weight means nothing to his arms. Swoon. Done. I'm already sold. You seem distracted, your protest going unheard. Once he makes it back to your doorstep, he sets you down before turning around and running back the way he came. Get inside the apartment. I'll be right back. You gripped your grocery bag tight as you stared at his figure, your heart drumming quite loudly within your chest. Did he just pick me up and carry me all the way to my apartment that easily? Yes! Done! Easily sold! He barely even grunted. Be still, my heart! For someone so lean, you never expected him to actually lift you like a sack of feathers. You started wondering if he works out. You were 2 days head afloat from what occurred to realize that Crow finally came back. You guessed as you took in his entire body, now awfully drenched from head to toe, with hair dripping wet with water. His shoes lost as he walked, and his wet clothes clung to his skin. You notice... Oh, did he just rescue a kitten? You notice his vest missing, then you spot in his worms wrapped around something. He rescued a fucking kitten! Oh my god! Oh! No, that's super sweet! A sound came from the bundle that he carried in his arms, causing you to snap out of your thoughts. Did I just hear his BS meow? Let's go inside before we get any colder. Once you and Crow made it inside your apartment, the first thing you did was to grab the 3 different towels. One for you, one for Crow, and one for your new friend. I couldn't bear to leave him in the cold rain. Poor guy must have been abandoned by its mother. It's a fucking black cat! Oh my gosh! If there is a red flag in this man, I do not see it. Absolutely not. You know, we should be thankful that my landlord isn't at his usual desk, right? Pets aren't allowed here? Other than that, Crow paused a bit, understanding where you were coming from. A low chuckle left his lips, scratching his wet cheeks. He probably wouldn't appreciate the puddle that we made on his doorstep. Precisely. You both let out a small awkward laugh, hoping that you wouldn't get caught the following day by the cameras around. Shoving the thought aside, you and Crow stare at the kitten, now wrapped up within the towel, its beady eyes seeming staring at you both before breaking into mews and meows. You can feel your heart melt, and so did Crow's. I'll take care of this little guy for now. You should probably dry up, Crow. Okay. I didn't expect to actually end up staying in your place. I won't be long, though. No! Stay as long as you want. Stay as fucking long as you want. I'll get out of your hair as soon as I dry up. I honestly don't mind you staying a bit longer. It's not a problem. I don't want you to catch a cold because of me. Well, we'll take turns. After I dry up, I'll take care of the kitten next. Let me get you something to change. There's no really need to... Not giving him a chance to protest, you quickly head out to your bedroom. Rummaging through your drawers and cabinets, you try to find something that could fit Crow. Then you remember the oversized shirt that you received during last sports day. You never understood as to why everyone needed to buy that shirt, but when you got yours, they ran out of your own size, and you had no choice but to accept a shirt that was one size bigger than yours. Taken out of the drawer, you made your way back. You headed back to the living room, seeing Crow, who remained still in the spot. His shirt had partially dried, and he had taken the kitten in his arms. What fabric is his shirt that it, is already kind of drying up? The little creature snugly wrapped in his blanket, reminding you of a burrito. The sight of Crow gently holding the kitten pierced a soft spot in your heart. This view was to die for, and you would have spent a few more seconds admiring it if you had not noticed Crow's shoulders shaking from the cold. You're shivering. Nothing I can't handle? Lies. That cat is doing a better job at getting warm than you. You teasingly roll your eyes at Crow as you shove the shirt and another fresh towel in his direction. He chuckles, a force to give up the kitten to you as he accepts the change of the clothes. Carrying the kitten in your small arms, you lead Crow to your bathroom, and he thanks you before stepping in and closing the door behind him. Hearing the tweak of the valve, the familiar sounds of the shower running, you remember how Crow shivered all the way to the bathroom. You turn your heater up a bit before settling back down on the couch. You return your attention to the kitten, its fur now dry thanks to you and the Crow. The small feline looks up to you and meows, its little beady eyes staring at yours. You put a finger on its head, patting it gently. Ah! You must be hungry, little guy. You're lucky I went out grocery shopping. Scooping the little tiny kitten in your arms, you make your way out towards your kitchen. Setting the kitten down on the counter, you rummage through your fridge and cupboard for a clean bowl. You pick up your grocery bag from the floor, placing it on the kitchen table as you look for the almond milk you remember getting. Heating the milk up warm enough, you observe the kitten as it breaks free from the warm confinement and looks around. The cat shivering in fear and caution of the unknown territory, yet remaining curious enough to look around. Setting the warm bowl of milk in front of the cat, you grab your chair, patiently waiting for it to creep closer to the bowl. It takes one lap of the milk, and then another, and then more before it happily drinks it up. A warm smile breaks your face. Oh, fuck, he looks good with his hair down. Fuck! Seems like you got yourself all settled in. You hear Crow's slightly amused voice, and you turn around to face him. Oh no, he's hot! Oh, fuck, he's hot. Fuck! You momentarily stop at the sight of him standing there, wearing the fresh shirt. Wearing the fresh shirt you handed him with the towel around his neck. Now, out of his usual braids, his hair was left loose and a few droplets dripping from the semi-dry stands. Smash! Smash, smash, smash! 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 Thank you for letting me use your bathroom stuff. You didn't mind me hanging my vest, right? I don't mind, in fact. I can just hand your stuff tomorrow if you like. Oh, he blushing. Fuck, I need that. I need to find all the art of his blushing. Crow didn't answer as he pointed his gaze downward, dripping his head in an attempt to conceal the slight tint of pink brushing along his cheeks. He rubs his arms, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Sorry, I didn't think I ended up staying here a bit. But I am thankful either way. Also, this isn't the first time I've been to your... isn't this the first time I've been to your apartment? You've got a nice place. Oh crap, he's actually right. You never actually got any visitors to save your father and your landlord. Other than that, you've never had anyone in here until now. And it's Crow, too. Just the two of you. Alone. I'm probably talking too much. You should get changed. Crow's voice snaps out of your thoughts, and you look up to realize that he had already picked up the kitten from the counter. Crow holds it in his arms, the feline fainting purring. I'm reading that right. The feline fainting purring. There we go. As it snuggles close to his chest, relishing in his warmth. Never thought you'd see the day you'd be jealous over a cat, but here we are. Getting up from your chair, you accompany Crow back into the living room before going to change as well. The sound of showerhead filling your ears as you look down on your bathroom, white tiles observing the water run down towards the sinkhole. The water heater helped you warm up a bit, but you couldn't help but thoughts running through your mind. Thoughts were mostly consumed by Crow and the cat. Who's going to keep it? Why did he save it? And most importantly, how long is he planning to stay here? The fucking night. He can stay the fucking night. That's what he can do. He wants a cat. Meow meow. Oh my god. You look up, seeing his soaked vest and polo hanging from one on the bathroom railings. You should probably throw that in the dryer along with yours after. You let a sigh, not wanting to waste any more water, and probably spent the next 30 minutes contemplating your life in the shower. You got out, dried yourself, and got yourself dressed. You returned to the living room, finding that Crow had made himself comfortable on your couch, with the cat happily settled in his lap as he gives it a few pets. Sensing your presence, Crow lifted his head, and his eyes perked upon landing on your figure. Welcome back. The cat's starting to relax. It's almost as if it belongs in this place. He chuckles. You made your way to him, and you sink into the couch right by his side. Oh, he's so fucking cute! You gaze at the cat curled up in his lap and purring away in content. You bit your bottom lip. Cat 2, Steph 0. I mean, I too would like to be on his lap. What? Who said that? Have you thought of a name yet? Actually, no. I'm not really good with names. How about you? Have you thought of a name for it? He tilts his head to the side, awaiting your answer to his inquiry. I'm gonna let Crow name it. Why don't you try name it? Me, but the names I usually give are quite corny. I want to hear it. Come on, it can't be that bad. Crow scans your face for confirmation. He generally seems to think that he wasn't the best person for the task, but you clearly saw the glimmer of hope in his eyes. Are you sure? Please don't name the cat Cat. Of course I am. Are you really, really sure? Yes, Crow. You roll your eyes in mockery of annoyance before giggling. Seeing that you're not budging from your choice, he sighs in defeat with a little troubled smile on his face. Crow gazes at the ceiling deep in thought, and he hums, biting the inner of his cheek as he closes his eyes, taking on the seemingly very serious task of giving the cat a good name. Crow looks down at the kitten in consideration, and its blue eyes mirrored his blue orbs as they stared at one another. Ah. How about Regulus? Regulus? That's right. He picked up the cat, lovingly cradles it like a parent to their baby, letting the kitten rest on his right arm and booping his nose as he did so. Regulus, named after the brightest star in the Leo constellation. Oh, he's so cute. I love him. I love him already. Plus, his eyes are blue. Crow turns to you seemingly excited as he holds the cat in front of you, showing its eyes. You have to agree, its eyes are a bright shade of beautiful blue, reminding you of the sapphire gems. We are the crystal gems. We'll always find a way. The feline's dark fur accentuates even further, helping it pop like a twinkling star in the night sky. You thought it was just like Crow to name a cat after a constellation. I want to go on a planetarium date with Crow, like yesterday. You recall how he thought he was corny, but it was endearing that Crow managed to leave traces of himself on things. I think Regulus is a beautiful name. You don't think it's too complicated? Too corny? No! When do you want to go to the planetarium? Corny? Pfft. No. In fact, it's quite cute. But there's not a cute option. It's quite unique. I would never even come close to thinking of a name like that. It's named after a star. You give beautiful names, Crow. I love it. Crow scratches the side of his face at the compliment, his cheeks growing red as his gaze fondly at the little furry creature. Thank you. I'm surprised you didn't think it was weird. It was quite an unusual name. It's not weird at all. If anything, this little guy deserves to have a name that's one of a kind. Just like you to give it a name like this, and I love seeing you be you. Just be you, Crow. Wait, what? It's just like you to give it a name like this, and I love seeing you just be so you, Crow. Did we just confess our feelings? I think we just confessed our feelings. You spoke sincerely that you and Crow fell silent for a moment. It was a pleasant kind of silence, and Crow just let your words sink in. Thank you for the zoom in. Bless you, art creators. You stare at each other's eyes as an invisible force was pulling you together. Am I gonna be blocked by a cat? Oh my god, am I gonna be blocked by a cat? I think I'm gonna be blocked by a cat. The kitten's noise felt like an electric zapper, zapping you as you both pulled away. We just got fucking blocked by a cat. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! We got blocked by a cat. You coughed and Crow cleared his throat, plastering on that familiar smile to his face. Yeah, I guess you're right, Steph. And anyway, do you want something to eat? I can heat us up some Hot Pockets we brought. That'd be wonderful. The sun had set beyond the horizon hours ago, and you could see the sky painted back from your window. With the rain still pouring just as hard as before, Crow decides to stay a little bit longer to enjoy your company. The kitten sleeps soundly on a nearby makeshift bed that you made together with Crow. You sit beside him on the couch in the living room, dimly lit with nothing but the television running what seems to be a slasher film. Okay, hear me out. Why did they have to make the serial killer so hot in this movie? Honestly, relatable. Excuse me? Oh, is he still good looking? He's still just good looking. I mean, look at him. He's clearly a pretty boy with that blonde hair and charming smile. But that makes sense, right? Especially with this killer in this movie. He's cunning, charming, good manipulator, is having entice people so that he can kill them in the end. Throws the detectives off, right? I guess that makes sense. They did a good job casting whoever the killer is. He's pretty good. You know the actor? No, how about you? Surprised you don't know him. He's one of the best multi-talented idols in Titan City. The fact that they put a magenta backing it, oh no. I don't think it would be the same person. You cast your eyes back on the screen and you're greeted by the serial killer's actor. Golden hair dyed with pink tips, rose tips eyes that shine brightly, and a smile that's so alluring and magnetic it's hard to tear your gaze away. He's almost like an actual angel. He's known as Aries. Besides being an actor, he's also a singer and model. Wow, sounds like a big shot. He's also Jess's favorite actor. Did you know Jess owns one of the biggest fan pages for this guy and has been recognized by him and many fans? Really? That's quite an achievement. I agree. With a face card like that, how could anyone not fall for him? Don't tell me he's your type. No! You are! You are! With the fact that you decided to pick me up and princess carry me like it was fucking nothing, I was already sold. Nonsense. No, I mean, yeah, sure, he's hot, handsome, but he's not really my type. For a second, Crow's eyes flickered with hope before disappearing, instead of a smile plastered on his face. Ew, a Steph. Ew, a Shaba. That's good. Huh? Nothing. We are so nervous. Did I get a good ending? Is there a good ending in this demo? Oh, fuck. Hi, Shaba. How are you? The room fell silent afterwards with neither of you uttering a word. As the television becomes background noise, you unconsciously fiddle with your fingers. You found it difficult to focus on the movie as you start feeling conscious of the male beside you. From your vision, because I can't fucking say that word. From your yeah. Let's go Google how to say that word. Peripheral. I think that's how you said it.
peripheral, there we go. I'm good. Just got home from work and walking the dog. How about you?
We have been playing this game. Oh shit, we've been playing this game for 4.5 hours. We've been playing The Kid at the Back, and overall we're pretty good. We kissed this guy, but apparently we killed him. So we decided to load scum. And so far, we have not gotten a kiss because we've been blocked. We've been blocked by our friends. We've been blocked by a cat. Ooh. But congratulations on finishing a good hard day's of work. And try to stay warm. I know for us currently it is cold as hell. It is 15 degrees Celsius. So I can only imagine how cold it is for you. From your peripheral vision, you try to discreetly check up on Crow, only to realize that his whole attention's already on you. Your heartbeat races. Hey, Steph, if given the chance, would I kiss you? Yes. If you could have anything in the world, what would it be? Another one of your trivia questions, Crow? You laugh lightheartedly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Yet Crow doesn't seem on board, so you shut yourself up quickly. You bit your lips as you felt Crow leaning in close to your face, his breath brushing against your cheek. The movie becomes muffled in an incoherent noise as the rapid beating of your heart floods your eardrums. Why don't you answer first? He chuckles slowly, sending a shiver down your spine. Crow surprises you when he rests his head on your shoulder, the intimate gesture making your heart stop. 15 degrees? You mean Fahrenheit, right? Because 15 Celsius would be a dream, right? No, 15 Celsius. Right now it is 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Before you could say anything else, he buries his face in the crook of your neck, making you freeze. You prayed he wouldn't just hear how loudly your heart is beating. Dodging the question this time, huh? Well, if I were to have anything in the world, I'd love to have more time. Fuck! He's so smooth. I like him already. I like him. More time to be with you. Fuck! More time to spend with you. Kind of selfish of me, huh? No! Absolutely not. You could be as selfish as you want. Bruh, the warmest today was 0. The coldest is when I was out. About -6. So when I got to work right now, it's -4. Ew. Ew. That is too cold for me. Keep your cold weather. At this point, you aren't sure if he's talking to you or with himself. You glance at Crow from the corner of your eyes, noticing his downward gaze. He smiled at himself, but all what you could see was the desperation he failed to express. But all what you could see was that desperate expression he failed to suppress. You dare not ask what was wrong. At a loss for words, you choose to remain silent. You stayed in that position with Crow for what felt like a minute, the hurt on his beautiful face replaying in your head. Bah! Hi, Star! You swallowed and lifted a hand, gently placing it on the back of his head. You relaxed when you felt Crow's ease up on your touch. Well, we have snow. Your whole state would crumble if not for the 1 inch. Oh my gosh! My state would fucking crumble every time. Oh, I get snow. I get a slight PTSD from Snowvid. Taking that as a sign, you proceed to stroke his hair, brushing along his now soft and dry locks between your fingers. I should probably get going. Already? He pulls away and looks at you straight in the eyes. Multiple swirls of emotion fill his dull orbs. Drowsiness, uncertainty, longing. With one last exhale, Crow finally gets off of you and stands up.
a few groans escaping his lips as he stretches his limbs. I had to make sure I had to reread that a few times. Should I ask the thing, Steph? Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead. Had doctor's appointment today. Wound up having to reschedule because the doctor apparently moved his office halfway to Utah. Oof. So, Shaba and Star Fox, have either of you know about Alien Stage? We had about 19 inches of snow last year. Public transport was down for one day, and after that, almost everything was good. Now electricity went out or anything like that. What? Yeah, so you should look up Alien Stage. And actually, hold on, Shava. Hold on. We should do this together. We should best friends forever this. Because you told me about, is it Killing Stage? No. Yes. Cuz you told me about that manhwa. I'm kind of scared. You should venture these Alien Stage with me. Killing Stalking. There we go. Killing Stalking. I was I know. Yeah, it's okay if you post the link for the YouTube. Cuz the official one is on YouTube in reverse order. Oh. Yeah, you know, we both read Killing Stalking, so we should both best friends forever this and journey down Alien Stage. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out how Alien Stage factors into D's Nuts jokes. I don't know, we can figure that one out. Also put on subtitles since it's in Korean and the song lyrics do match well. Yeah. You should you should do this with me. Okay. Let's get back to see how I'm not gonna get this kiss. With his hands on his hips, he gives you a smile. You couldn't shake off the feeling that it was just done to reassure you. And plot-wise, it's beautiful, catchy variety of songs and emotional damage. With the heart. Don't forget the little heart. The rain is slowing down a bit, plus it's getting quite late. I haven't contacted my relatives yet, so they're might really worried about me. Are you sure you don't want to stay the night? You want to say it so badly, you really want to, but you couldn't. You shouldn't. You clench the fabric of your shirt above, where your painfully heart is beating lies. You're probably right. Let me get your clothes from the dryer. I'll see you out. Crow's arms. Oh, whoa. Yeah, see, this is the arms that can lift me. This man. Easily Princess carried me. Sold. Thank you, Steph. You're the best. We're going to look at his profile and we're going to see how tall he is, because he's already fits two of the requirements. You need to be taller than me, and you need to be able to lift me. He looks short, though. Fuck you, Shaba. Fuck you. We're gonna look at his profile. Are you sure he'll be fine, Crow? I already called my driver. I'll probably get an earful from him, but it's alright. Well, taller than you, yeah, but still short. Come on! Stick him up! I'm gonna fight you! I need to stop coming with easy red shirt names for my friends. What's the newest one that you've got? They're probably going to question me about Regulus, but I'll think of an excuse. I'm sorry, I can't keep him with me, Crow. Crow is 185 centimeters tall. Hell yeah! Thank you for doing the Lord's work, Ray. Bring it on! See, he's tall and he can lift me. And Soul is 190. Oh, jeez. One for you, actually. Stephanie Kobashi, call sign Maru, for reasons I can't use this. Why can you DM me the reasons? I want to know. That's actually kind of cool. 185. That's okay. Still shorter than me. Not everyone can be as tall as you fucking giant. No, it's alright. In fact, I already know who would be perfect a cat owner for them. With the kitten cradled in his arms, Crow did a mock-up of a grumpy person, exaggerating his expressions with his cheeks puffed and shoulders raised. Shut up, you dwarf! I'm gonna tell Daddy on you. Actually, are you still Daddy's mod? You could only make out a wild guess of the mysterious identity. Well, Call-sign Maru is based off the Kobayashi Maru test from Star Trek, okay? He's also short. I'm not, I think. It's a shame that your apartment had a no pet policy. And the fact that you know absolutely no one who could take care of the kitten. Oh dang, Daryl is the friendo is 195. Oh, so Daryl is tall. Jesus. He didn't stream for like a year or more. Really? I know last time we had spoke, he said that he wasn't like in a good headspace. After talking it out with Crow, he decided to take the kitten with him. Thankfully, you had a few spare boxes lying around, and you gave one to Crow to place the kitten in. Today's been fun, Crow. His brow raises in a mild surprise, then soft smiles painted his features. With his dominant hand, he ruffles the top of your head, messing your hair up a bit and earning him a chuckle. Hey now! I had fun too, Steph. See you tomorrow? Yeah, see you tomorrow. Just DM'd you the reasons I can't use it. Okay. Okay. We got a kiss! We got a forehead kiss! I'm fucking sold! Done! You move closer to the door, but stop the second a sensation of something soft landing on your forehead. I'm done. I'm done. You gave me forehead kisses. I'm done. Your eyes travel up, realizing that Crow had just given you a tender kiss near your brow. While your face heated up, your brain short-circuited at the feeling of his soft lips lingering on your skin. Good night, Steph. He gives you a casual wave, Regulus peeking out from the box to give you one more last look as bidding you goodbye before you finally close the door. Okay, Ray, I have an important question. In the not safe for work version, do we go a little bit further? And also, fuck you, Shaba. He's not on his knees to give me a forehead kiss. I'm not that small, asshole. He's already proven that he can lift me, so he might have just, lifted to be like, mwah, forehead kiss. All right, he's also that tease! Aunt. She's finally back, huh? Come on, Margulis, let's go home. Everyone shorter than me is short, in my opinion. That's fair. That's only because you're freakishly tall. I don't think it went further there. Okay. To be continued. No! Did we hit the end of this route for the demo? We did! Dang! Okay. Ha ha! I'm only 10 centimeters taller than the average for men. Oh, we got all of his images. I call this a good stream. Okay, okay. Let's look back to making sure I'm not missing anything. Interesting. And you're how much shorter than the average woman? Okay. If we're gonna look this up, what is the average? What is the average height of a woman? If we're going off of centimeters, where are you? Because it's giving me a 63.7 inches, which means I'm not that much smaller than the average woman, but I'm looking for it in centimeters. But look for your nationality to make it fair, especially of a woman. Here, we'll do it in the Americas. Google says the average height of a woman in the Americas is 5'3" 5'3.5" inches. I'm shorter than the average American woman. But if we go off of my nationality, or like my ethnicity, sorry. If we go off of my ethnicity, I am taller than the average woman because it says the average height for Hispanic women in the United States is 5 feet and 1.7 inches. So your girl is taller than the average Hispanic woman. Here we go. I needed centimeters because I knew what mine is in centimeters. Okay, so the average Hispanic is roughly about 150 centimeters. I am 160, so I am taller than that. $160. Yeah, see, 160. So I'm about 5'3", give or take. But yeah, I am shorter than the average American woman, but I am taller than the average Hispanic woman. So to give that for context. But this was the demo for the kid in the back. I enjoyed this. This was good. Still short. Fuck you. Let's see who is streaming so we can pass on love. Lofi. Oh, Thumb streaming. We barely get to rate him. But thank you everyone for stopping by today's stream. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I did put that on my list. So if y'all don't know, today's a federal holiday in the States. So I had told myself, I was like, well, normally Sundays are my bum around days. So Monday, there should be a good chance that I'm going to stream. So I wanted, if I was going to stream, to look at the list I had for different games and pick a list from there. The kid in the back has been showing up constantly on my Tumblr. So I was like, let's check this out. And I am so glad I did. Will I be playing this off stream just to get the last little bit? I will. Yay for Yandres. But oh my gosh. Thanks. Yes, thank you, Yandres. This is such a good game. there's so many things that I can say that I like about it. So one of them for sure being the sound. There's a background sound, and honestly it kind of slaps. The OST does slap on this. The fact that I had one bad ending and I was already nervous, and there's already feeding us this bigger story. I can't wait until this comes out. We can only hope that the creators decide to be like, you know what, we want more of this. Let's do this. But I'm going to send y'all off to Thom, who is playing. What is he playing? None Holy. So it looks like it's a dungeon crawler. But thank you everyone for swinging by. I hope you take care of yourselves. Overtime has been approved this week. I don't know how much overtime is going to be approved. But see you, shorty. Bye, Shaba. Come at you, whacking your knees. But please take care of yourself so that way I can see you the next time. As always, try me. I need to find a bat. Actually, I need to go over to Germany, find you, and be like, whack, 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 and bring you down to my level. But I'm going to go check out the horror that Ray has thrusted upon me. The emotional damage that's gonna happen. And I also need to eat. We've been streaming for like 5 hours. I need food. I have to lay down to be that low. Wow! Wow! Yay! Bouncy heights. I shared the supper. You did share the supper. Alrighty. Bye for now, guys.
Deals additional fire damage when igniting enemies. We don't have much in the way of ignition. So, useful at this point because there is no penalty to having